Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studios. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry transformed into a royal griffin at age 7 and flew to Gringotts to claim his crown. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Sky. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and forgotten things. Harry Potter had lived in this cupboard for as long as he could remember. 6 years, maybe. Or all 7 of his life. He wasn't entirely sure when the cupboard had become his, only that it had always been this way: the thin mattress that smelled of mildew, the single bare bulb that flickered when the house shook, the spiders that had become something like friends because at least they didn't shout at him. He pressed his palm flat against the door, feeling the vibrations of footsteps above. Heavy ones. Uncle Vernon was awake, which meant Harry should have been awake 20 minutes ago, which meant today was already going wrong. The lock clicked from outside. Up. Get up. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. Dudley's birthday, and you're still lazing about. Bacon won't cook itself. Harry was already moving before she finished speaking, muscle memory carrying him through the motions of another day. Shirt too big, pants held up with a belt cinched to its last hole, shoes that pinched because they'd been Dudley's 2 years ago and Dudley had feet like small boats. The kitchen was a battlefield waiting to happen. Aunt Petunia had covered every surface with presents wrapped in shiny paper, a tower of them threatening to topple if anyone breathed too hard. Uncle Vernon sat at the table like a king surveying his domain, newspaper in hand, mustache twitching with satisfaction at the mountain of gifts his son would soon destroy. And Dudley was counting. 36. His cousin's voice was flat with disbelief. 36. That's 2 less than last year. Darling, you haven't counted Auntie Marge's present. See, it's here under this big one from Mummy and Daddy. I don't care how many presents there are from Aunt Marge. 36. That's 2 less. Harry knew better than to watch. He busied himself at the stove, cracking eggs, laying bacon in neat rows, keeping his movements small and quiet and invisible. The trick to surviving the Dursley household wasn't strength or speed or cleverness. It was being so unremarkable that they forgot you existed. Unfortunately, Dudley's birthday made that impossible. We'll buy you 2 more presents, Aunt Petunia said quickly. How's that, Popkin? 2 more presents while we're out today. So I'll have 30, 38, sweetums. Oh. Dudley considered this. All right then. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Crisis averted. He slid the first batch of bacon onto a plate, started the eggs, kept his back to the room. You. Uncle Vernon's voice hit him like a physical blow. Boy. Harry turned, carefully keeping his eyes down. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Mrs. Figg's broken her leg. Can't take you today. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. Mrs. Figg's house smelled like cabbage and cats, and she made him look at photographs of every cat she'd ever owned, but it was away. Away from the Dursleys, away from Dudley, away from whatever fresh misery his cousin would dream up. We could leave him here, Aunt Petunia suggested. Lock him in his cupboard. And come back to find the house burned down. No. I won't do anything, Harry said quietly. I'll stay in my cupboard. I won't touch anything. I promise. Uncle Vernon's eyes narrowed. Harry had learned to read those eyes, the way they calculated, weighed, decided. He wasn't a nephew to Uncle Vernon. He wasn't even a person. He was a problem to be managed, an inconvenience to be minimized. You'll come with us, Vernon decided. To the zoo. And if you put one toe out of line, if you do anything freakish, you'll be in that cupboard until Christmas. Harry nodded quickly. The zoo. He'd never been to the zoo. For a moment, despite everything, excitement flickered in his chest. He crushed it immediately. Excitement was dangerous. Hope was worse. The Dursleys had a talent for finding anything Harry wanted and making sure he never got it. The zoo was enormous, sprawling, full of families that looked nothing like Harry's. He watched them from the corners of his eyes as he trailed behind the Dursleys, fathers who ruffled their children's hair, mothers who laughed at silly jokes, siblings who fought over ice cream but made up 5 minutes later. Normal families. Happy families. Freakish, Aunt Petunia called him. Abnormal. Maybe that was why he couldn't have what they had. Something was wrong with him, broken inside, something that made parents abandon him on doorsteps and uncles lock him in cupboards. Dudley found the reptile house. It was cool inside, dim, the glass enclosures lit with an eerie greenish glow. Dudley pressed his face against every tank, demanding that each lizard and snake perform for him, losing interest within seconds when they failed to comply. Uncle Vernon rapped his knuckles against the glass of a massive boa constrictor, trying to make it move. "Make it do something," Dudley whined. The snake didn't move. It lay coiled on a fake branch, eyes half-lidded, thoroughly unimpressed with the pink-faced boy and his walrus-shaped father. They moved on. Harry lingered. He wasn't sure why he stayed. The snake wasn't doing anything interesting. But there was something in its eyes when it finally looked at him, a recognition, maybe. A shared understanding of being trapped behind glass while the world pressed its face against your cage and demanded you perform. "Sorry about them," Harry murmured. "They're horrible to everyone, not just snakes." The snake raised its head. Harry blinked. Had it just, no. Snakes didn't respond to apologies. He was being stupid. But then the snake nodded. Actually nodded, a clear up and down motion of its massive head. "Can you understand me?" Another nod. Harry's heart was pounding. This was impossible, wasn't it? Snakes didn't understand English. They didn't hold conversations with 7-year-old boys in zoos. And yet, where are you from? The snake jabbed its tail at a sign. Boa constrictor. Bred in captivity. So you've never seen the rainforest? Never been outside? The snake's look was eloquent. What do you think? Yeah. Harry touched the glass gently. I know what that's like. Dudley. Mr. Dursley. Look at the snake. Look what it's doing. Dudley's friend Piers had spotted them. Within seconds, Dudley was shoving Harry aside, pressing his whole body against the glass, demanding the snake's attention. Harry stumbled backward, caught himself on another enclosure, and something hot flared in his chest. Not anger. Something else. Something bigger. The glass vanished. One moment it was there, solid and real, and the next Dudley was tumbling forward into the enclosure, screaming, thrashing in the water feature at the snake's base. The boa constrictor was moving, not attacking, just moving, flowing out of its prison with a grace that seemed almost grateful. Thanks, amigo, it hissed as it passed Harry. Brazil, here I come. The screaming started then. Proper screaming, the kind that brought zookeepers running and made parents snatch up their children. Harry stood frozen as chaos erupted around him, watching the snake disappear into a crowd of panicking visitors. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't meant to do anything. The glass had just, Dudley was still in the enclosure. The glass was back. Uncle Vernon's hand closed around Harry's arm with bruising force. "You," Vernon whispered, and the quiet was worse than any shout. "In the car. Now." The drive back to Privet Drive took 40 minutes. Uncle Vernon didn't speak the entire time. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the vein in his temple throbbing with every heartbeat. Aunt Petunia sat rigid in the passenger seat, her face the color of old cheese. Dudley sniveled in the back, somehow genuinely believing he'd nearly been eaten despite the boa constrictor showing absolutely no interest in his abundant flesh. Harry pressed himself against the door and tried to make himself as small as possible. He knew what was coming. He'd known the moment the glass disappeared. All the rules, all the carefulness, all the years of trying to be invisible, gone. Destroyed in a single impossible moment. I didn't mean to, he wanted to say. I don't know how it happened. Please. But the Dursleys didn't care about meaning to. They cared about results. And the result was that their nephew had done something freakish in public, in front of witnesses, on Dudley's birthday. The car pulled into the driveway. Uncle Vernon got out, walked around to Harry's door, and opened it with excessive calm. Inside. Harry went inside. Cupboard. Harry went to the cupboard. Stay. The door closed. The lock clicked. Harry sat down on his thin mattress and pressed his hands against his eyes until colors bloomed in the darkness. He wouldn't cry. Crying never helped. Crying just made his throat hurt and his eyes burn, and nothing changed, nothing ever changed. The glass had vanished. He'd made the glass vanish. He didn't know how, but he knew, with a certainty that lived somewhere deeper than thought, that he'd done it. The thing inside him, the broken thing, the freakish thing, it had reached out and unmade something solid. What else could it do? Nothing, he told himself firmly. You're not going to find out. You're going to stay in this cupboard and be quiet, and maybe Uncle Vernon will calm down and it won't be too bad. He could hear them talking in the kitchen. The voices rose and fell, Vernon's bass rumble punctuated by Petunia's sharp soprano, Dudley's whining counterpoint underneath it all. He caught fragments. Can't tolerate, warned you, I always said, my birthday, ruined my birthday, stamp it out of him once and for. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, making himself into the smallest possible shape. The cupboard felt smaller than usual, the walls pressing in, the ceiling lower. He could feel his heart beating against his kneecaps, too fast, too hard. It's okay. It'll be okay. Just stay small. Stay quiet. Stay invisible. The footsteps came an hour later. Harry heard them descending from the upper floor, all three sets, heavy and purposeful. His door rattled as someone fumbled with the lock. Then it swung open, and Uncle Vernon filled the doorway like an eclipse, blocking out the light. Out. Harry scrambled to his feet and out of the cupboard. The hallway was dim, early evening light filtering through the frosted glass of the front door. Aunt Petunia stood with her arms crossed, lips pressed into a thin white line. Dudley hung back near the kitchen, a strange expression on his face, not his usual cruel glee but something hungrier. Backyard, Uncle Vernon said. Harry walked to the backyard. The small square of grass behind number 4 Privet Drive was meticulously maintained, Petunia's pride, her evidence that the Dursley family was normal, respectable, better than their neighbors. Harry had mowed this lawn countless times, weeded the flower beds, painted the fence. He knew every inch of it. The Dursleys filed out behind him. Vernon closed the door with a soft click. Do you know why we're out here, boy? Harry shook his head, though he had a terrible suspicion. No one can see us here. Vernon's voice was almost pleasant. The fences are high. The neighbors mind their own business. It's private. Quiet. Dudley was smiling now. That hungry look made sense. We've tried, Vernon continued, stepping closer. Lord knows we've tried. Gave you a roof over your head. Food in your belly. Did everything we could to raise you right, despite your, his lip curled, nature. But it's not enough, is it? Whatever your freak parents put in you, it won't stay down. I didn't mean to, Harry whispered. Of course you didn't. Vernon's hand shot out and grabbed Harry's collar, lifting him until his toes barely touched the ground. Freaks never mean to. They just are. Like vermin. Like disease. And there's only one thing to do with disease, boy. He threw Harry to the ground. Harry tried to roll away, tried to get his feet under him, but Dudley was there, Dudley and his meaty fists, already swinging. The first blow caught Harry in the ribs. The second in the stomach. He curled up, trying to protect his head, but there were too many hands, too many feet, and Uncle Vernon was there now too, and Aunt Petunia was watching. Pain. That's what Harry remembered. Not the individual blows, not the specific impacts, but the overwhelming presence of pain. It filled him up, squeezed out everything else, left no room for thought or hope or even fear. Just pain, endless and absolute. And then, heat. Not external heat. Internal. Something uncoiling in his chest, something that had always been there but sleeping, something old and vast and furious. It rushed through him like liquid fire, burned through his veins, climbed his spine toward his skull. Harry screamed. But the sound that came out wasn't human. It was a shriek of rage and defiance, a cry that had no business coming from a 7-year-old boy, a call that belonged to something with wings and talons and a heart that had never learned to be small. The Dursleys stumbled backward. Harry tried to stand, and found that standing felt wrong, that his legs bent differently now, that his arms wouldn't straighten because they weren't arms anymore. He looked down at himself. Golden feathers. A chest like a lion's, powerful and deep. Front legs that ended in talons, curving and razor-sharp. His whole body felt larger, stronger, coiled with power he'd never imagined. Harry spread his wings. They were enormous. 12 feet across, maybe more, layered in feathers that caught the dying sunlight and threw it back as pure gold. He could feel the air currents moving across them, feel the potential energy stored in muscles he'd never known he had. Aunt Petunia was screaming. Dudley had fainted. Uncle Vernon stood frozen, his face slack with terror, all his brutality exposed for what it really was, the cruelty of a coward who only hurt things smaller than himself. Harry wasn't smaller anymore. He could kill them. The thought came without emotion, simple as arithmetic. One swipe of these talons would open Vernon's throat. Petunia would be slower. Dudley wouldn't even wake up. He could make them pay for every blow, every insult, every night locked in the cupboard, every birthday without presents, every Christmas without warmth. He stepped forward. Uncle Vernon fell backward, hands raised, suddenly finding words. "Please, we didn't, you can't," Harry stopped. He looked at his uncle, really looked, maybe for the first time. Vernon Dursley, so big and so terrifying for so many years, reduced to a whimpering heap on the grass. Pathetic. Broken. Nothing. And Harry realized he didn't want to kill them. He wanted to leave. The sky above was vast and open, painted in purples and oranges by the setting sun. It called to him, pulled at something deep in his chest, promised things he couldn't name but desperately needed. Freedom. That was the word. He'd never really understood it before. Harry crouched low, feeling the coiled potential in his new legs, and launched himself into the air. Flying was impossible. Harry had known this for all 7 years of his life, the same way he knew the sky was blue and water was wet. People didn't fly. They walked or ran or, if they were rich, drove cars. Flight was for birds and airplanes and things in dreams. But Harry wasn't people anymore. And the wind didn't care what he'd known. It caught him on the first downsweep of his wings, lifted him like a hand scooping up a fallen leaf. He wobbled, terror spiking through the strange exhilaration, and for a horrible moment he was falling. No. Not falling. Adjusting. His body knew things his mind didn't. Knew how to angle his wings to catch an updraft, how to shift his weight to turn, how to fold and unfold his feathers to control speed. It was like remembering something he'd learned long ago and forgotten, the knowledge rising from some deep place inside him. Privet Drive dropped away beneath him. Number 4 became a dollhouse, then a postage stamp, then indistinguishable from its neighbors. Little Whinging spread out like a map, all those identical houses and identical cars and identical lives, shrinking and shrinking until Harry could cover the whole town with one taloned foot. He climbed higher. The air grew colder, thinner, but his new body didn't seem to mind. His lungs expanded easily, drawing in great breaths that filled him with energy. His wings beat a steady rhythm, powerful and tireless. London appeared on the horizon. Harry recognized it from pictures in Dudley's books, the ones Dudley never read, that sat on shelves gathering dust while Harry sneaked glances when no one was watching. The dome of St. Paul's. The wheel of the London Eye. The river threading through everything like a silver serpent. But there was something else too. Something he couldn't see but could feel, a pull in his chest like a string attached to his heart. It tugged him south and east, over the glittering sprawl of the city, past neighborhoods that blurred together in the fading light. Come, the pull seemed to say. This way. Home. Home. Harry had never had a home. He'd had a cupboard, which wasn't the same thing at all. But his body knew where it was going, even if his mind didn't understand. So he followed the pull, riding the wind currents, learning his new form through trial and error. He dipped too low once and nearly clipped a radio tower. He climbed too high another time and felt ice forming on his wingtips. But gradually, instinct took over, and the flight smoothed out into something almost like peace. Below him, London transformed. The modern buildings gave way to older architecture, narrow streets and ancient churches. And then, Harry's Griffin eyes were sharper than his human ones had ever been. He could see individual faces on the streets below, read shop signs from hundreds of feet up. But the street he found himself circling wasn't on any map a normal person would own. It was hidden. He could see it because he wasn't looking with normal eyes. The narrow alley that shouldn't have led anywhere, the crooked storefronts that defied architectural logic, the people in robes and pointed hats who walked without any attempt to hide what they were, Diagon Alley. The name surfaced from somewhere deep, another piece of inherited knowledge. A shopping district for witches and wizards, hidden in plain sight in the heart of London. And at its end, dominating the skyline like a temple to something ancient and hungry, Gringotts Bank. The pull in his chest intensified, became a demand. There. Go there. Now. Harry folded his wings and dove. He'd meant to land gracefully. What actually happened was closer to a controlled crash. His wings snapped out too late, his legs weren't positioned right, and he hit the white marble steps of Gringotts with a sound like a bag of rocks being dropped on a drum. Pain. His shoulder, twisted wrong. His wing, bent at an uncomfortable angle. But already fading, already healing, his new body knitting itself back together with a speed that shouldn't have been possible. Harry pushed himself up on shaking legs and found himself surrounded. They were small, the creatures facing him. Shorter than he was in human form, with long fingers and sharp teeth and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. They wore armor of black metal, carried weapons that looked like they could cut through stone, and every single one of them had those weapons pointed at Harry. Goblins, his strange new memory supplied. The bankers of the magical world. Fierce warriors. Respected craftsmen. Dangerous when crossed. And they were all kneeling. One by one, like dominoes falling, the goblin guards dropped to their knees. They lowered their weapons, bowed their heads, and pressed their fists to their chests in a salute Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood. What, Harry tried to say, but what came out was a sound between a screech and a growl. Right. Griffin. Couldn't speak. The massive bronze doors of Gringotts swung open. The goblin who emerged was older than the others, ancient even by their standards. His skin was like cracked leather, his eyes milky with age, but he moved with the confidence of absolute authority. The guards parted for him like water around a stone. He stopped at the base of the steps and looked up at Harry. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Harry's heart was pounding. Could goblins hear heartbeats? Could they smell fear? He was 7 years old, he'd been a griffin for less than an hour, he had no idea what he was doing or why he was here or what any of this meant. The old goblin spoke. The words weren't English. They weren't any language Harry had ever heard. But he understood them anyway, the meaning unfolding in his mind like a flower opening. The Covenant calls. The throne wakes. The Griffin returns. And Harry felt something respond. Not from his mind, from deeper, from the place where the transformation had started, from whatever ancient thing had uncoiled in his chest when the Dursleys tried to beat him to death. Yes, it said. I am here. The old goblin nodded slowly. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank and High Commander of the Goblin Nation. I have waited a very long time for this day, young king. King. But before Harry could react to that impossibility, the transformation began to reverse. The golden feathers rippled and vanished. The powerful lion's body contracted, bones reshaping, talons softening into fingers. It happened faster than the original change, and it hurt more, like being pushed through a keyhole, compressed and twisted until everything was in the wrong place. Harry collapsed on the marble steps, naked and shaking, his whole body one massive bruise. But he was human again. Mostly. Small and underfed and covered in fading marks from Vernon's fists, but human. I'm very confused, sir, Harry managed. And I think I might be sick. Ragnarok's lips twitched. It might have been a smile. Both are reasonable. Come. We have much to discuss before the ministry arrives. A goblin appeared at Harry's side with a cloak, heavy wool, warm, blessedly concealing. Harry wrapped it around himself and tried to stand. His legs felt like jelly. Can you walk? Ragnarok asked. I think so. Good. The Griffin throne waits for no one, not even its own heir. There is much you need to learn, and very little time to learn it. Harry took a shaky step forward. Then another. The kneeling goblins hadn't risen, they stayed in their positions, weapons lowered, eyes averted. Why are they? Harry gestured weakly at the guards. I'm nobody. Ragnarok stopped. Turned. His ancient eyes met Harry's with an intensity that made Harry want to shrink back into the cloak. You are the last scion of the House of Potter. The blood of Godric Gryffindor runs in your veins, and before him, older lines still, lines that stretch back to before Hogwarts was built, before the Ministry was founded, before goblins and wizards were enemies. He paused. You are the heir to the Griffin throne. And you are most certainly not nobody. Harry stared at him. I lived in a cupboard. Yes, Ragnarok said, and something dangerous flickered in his milky eyes. We will discuss that as well. The inside of Gringotts was nothing like Harry had imagined a bank would look. He'd seen the Dursleys' bank once, when they dragged him along because Mrs. Fig was unavailable. It had been all beige carpets and plastic chairs and fluorescent lights that buzzed overhead like angry insects. Boring. Institutional. Forgettable. Gringotts was none of those things. The entrance hall soared overhead, marble pillars climbing toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Chandeliers of silver and crystal cast dancing light across walls carved with scenes of battle and triumph. Goblins in ornate armor stood at attention along the walls, while others hurried past carrying ledgers, weapons, artifacts Harry couldn't identify. And everywhere, there was gold. Not just coins, though there were plenty of those. Gold leaf on the pillars. Gold thread in the tapestries. Gold inlay on the floor, forming patterns that seemed to shift when Harry looked at them directly. The whole place hummed with power, with wealth, with the accumulated might of a nation that had been counting coins since before humans invented writing. Ragnarok led Harry through the hall without pausing, his aged legs moving with surprising speed. Goblins bowed as they passed, murmuring words in that strange language Harry somehow understood, the Griffin Prince. He returns. The Covenant wakes. Harry kept his head down and tried not to trip over the cloak. They passed through doors that opened at Ragnarok's approach, down corridors that seemed to twist in impossible directions, past chambers filled with things Harry's mind couldn't quite process, a room where gravity seemed to run sideways, another where the air itself sparkled with contained energy, a third where something breathed in the darkness beyond the threshold. Finally, Ragnar stopped before a door. It was smaller than the others they'd passed, unassuming almost, made of dark wood bound with iron. But when Harry looked at it, he felt that pull again, the same force that had drawn him across London, that had guided him to this place. Home, his blood whispered. Finally. Beyond this door lies your inheritance, Griffin Prince, Ragnar said. But know this, what sleeps within can never be unchosen. Once you enter, there is no return to ignorance. Harry looked at the door. At Ragnar. At his own hands, still shaking slightly from the transformation. An hour ago, he'd been locked in a cupboard. 30 minutes ago, he'd turned into a monster. 15 minutes ago, he'd flown across London on wings that shouldn't exist. And now he was standing in a magical bank, being told he was heir to some kind of throne, by a goblin who looked at him like he was something important. It was too much. All of it. His mind wanted to shut down, to retreat into the familiar smallness of the cupboard, to pretend none of this was real. But the part of him that had spread golden wings, that part wouldn't let him. I've never got to choose anything before, Harry said quietly. I'd like to start now. Ragnar's eyes gleamed with something that might have been approval. He reached out one long-fingered hand and pressed it against the door. The wood glowed. The iron bands hummed. And slowly, silently, the door swung open. The chamber beyond was dark. Not the darkness of an unlit room, this was deeper, denser, a darkness that seemed to have weight. Harry could feel it pressing against his skin as he stepped over the threshold, could taste it on his tongue like old copper. Then the lights came on. They bloomed from nowhere, golden orbs that floated near the ceiling and cast a warm glow over everything below. And Harry stopped breathing. The chamber was vast, impossibly vast for how small the door had been. It stretched out before him like a cathedral, the ceiling lost in shadow despite the floating lights. And every inch of it was filled with memory. Not objects. Memory. They hung in the air like soap bubbles, thousands of them, millions maybe, each one containing a scene that played on endless repeat. Harry saw battles and coronations, births and deaths, moments of triumph and tragedy preserved forever in spheres of golden light. The memory chamber of House Potter, Ragnar said from behind him. Every head of your house for 3,000 years has added to it. Their victories. Their defeats. Their wisdom and their warnings. Harry walked forward in a daze. A memory bubble drifted close to his face, and he saw, a man with Harry's messy black hair, standing on a battlefield, raising a sword against something vast and dark and terrible. Another bubble, a woman with Harry's green eyes, holding a baby and singing a lullaby in a language that made Harry's heart ache. Another, an old man, wrinkled and grey, writing in a book by candlelight while tears rolled down his cheeks. I don't understand, Harry whispered. Who are these people? Your family. Ragnar moved to stand beside him. The Potters have always been more than simple wizards, young king. Before Gryffindor founded his school, before the statute of secrecy hid magic from the world, before the Ministry of Magic existed to tell wizards what to do, there were the Griffin Kings. Kings. Harry tested the word. It felt strange in his mouth. But I'm not, I'm just, you are what your blood makes you. Nothing more and nothing less. Ragnar gestured at the floating memories. The Griffin throne was never about ruling over others. It was about standing between. Between the magical world and the threats too great for ordinary wizards to face. Between chaos and order. Between what is and what must never be. What happened to them? Why did they stop? Ragnar was silent for a long moment. Then he raised one gnarled hand and pointed at the far end of the chamber. There, larger than all the others, floated a single memory sphere. It pulsed with a light that was almost painful to look at, red and gold and black all swirling together. 1,000 years ago, something came. Something old and hungry and utterly without mercy. The last Griffin King faced it alone because there was no other choice. He won, but the victory cost him everything. His power, his throne, his life. He bound the enemy in chains of sacrifice and sealed it away with his dying breath. Harry stared at the pulsing memory. And his family? Forgot. Over generations, the knowledge faded. The bloodline weakened. The Potters became just another wizarding family, their true nature sleeping in their veins. Ragnar turned to face Harry. Until tonight. Until you. Because I turned into a griffin. Because your magic woke. Truly woke, in a moment of mortal peril, and remembered what it was supposed to be. Ragnar's eyes bored into Harry's. The transformation wasn't random. Your ancestors could all take that form, the royal griffin, the sacred beast of House Potter. That you achieved it at 7, without training, without preparation, without even knowing what you were doing, that is remarkable. Harry thought about the moment in the backyard. The pain. The rage. The heat uncoiling in his chest. It happened because they were hurting me, he said quietly. If they hadn't, then it might have happened another way, another time. Or it might not have happened at all. Ragnar shrugged. Magic is strange. It finds its own paths. So what now? What am I supposed to do? Ragnar smiled. It wasn't a nice smile, goblin smiles never were, but it held something like warmth underneath the sharpness. Now, Griffin Prince, you claim your inheritance. And then. He looked toward the pulsing memory at the chamber's end. Then we pray that whatever the last king sealed away stays sealed for a very long time. The inheritance ritual was nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined something dramatic, robes and chanting and maybe a magic sword appearing from a stone. Instead, Ragnar led him to a simple pedestal at the chamber's center, on which rested a silver bowl filled with a liquid that looked like moonlight. Blood, Ragnar said. The covenant requires blood. Of course it does, Harry muttered. The goblin handed him a small knife, its blade so sharp Harry could barely see the edge. 3 drops. No more, no less. In the bowl. Harry pricked his finger before he could think too hard about it. The pain was brief, barely there, and then 3 drops of blood were falling into the silver bowl. The moonlight liquid turned gold. And then it turned into fire. Not hot fire, Harry's hand was still in the bowl, and it didn't burn. But it was definitely fire, flames that licked at his fingers and climbed his arm and spread across his whole body in seconds. He opened his mouth to scream, "Hush, child. You are safe. You are home." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was old beyond imagining, gentle beyond expectation, and it wrapped around Harry like the world's warmest blanket. I have waited so long for you. The last of my blood. The last of my hope. Do you accept what you are? Harry didn't know how to answer with words. But something in him did know, that deep place where the griffin lived, where the old magic slept. It reached out toward the voice like a child reaching for its mother. Yes, it said. I accept. Pain. But good pain this time, if there was such a thing. The fire was changing him, not his body but his soul, burning away the smallness that the Dursleys had beaten into him and leaving something else in its place. Pride. Not arrogance, pride. The simple knowledge that he was worth something, that he mattered, that his existence had purpose and meaning. Sovereignty. Not power over others, power over himself. The certainty that no one would ever again lock him in a cupboard, ever again make him feel less than human. And something else. Something harder to name. A connection, stretching out from his heart in every direction, linking him to, the goblins. He could feel them, thousands of them in the tunnels around and below him, their life forces glowing like candles in his awareness. The building. Gringotts itself, ancient and proud, its wards and defenses now his in some strange way, answering to his blood as surely as his own heartbeat. And beyond that, fainter but still present, Britain itself. The land, the magic in the earth and air, the weight of history and potential. Waiting. Watching. Hoping. This is your domain, the voice said. Not by conquest. By covenant. Serve well, and you will be served. Protect, and you will be protected. Rule justly, and justice will be done. The fire faded. Harry opened eyes he hadn't realized he'd closed. The silver bowl was empty. And on his forehead, burning gently, was a mark. Harry raised his hand to touch it, but Ragnarok caught his wrist. Don't. It will fade to invisibility within the hour, but for now, it should not be touched. What is it? The crown. Not a physical crown, no metal could hold what it represents. The crown is a covenant, a bond between you and magic itself. It marks you as sovereign. Harry looked down at himself. Same skinny body. Same too big cloak. Same bare feet, dirty from the marble floors. I don't feel like a king, he said. No, Ragnarok agreed. You feel like a frightened, confused, exhausted child. Which is what you are. He turned and began walking toward the chamber's exit. But you are also the Griffin Prince, heir to the Griffin throne, and legal sovereign over the magical peoples of these islands by treaties older than the Ministry of Magic. So perhaps you should start figuring out how to feel like both. Harry scrambled to follow him. Wait, what treaties? What do you mean, sovereign over? The Ministry will be here within the hour. Possibly less. Their detection wards are better than they used to be. Ragnarok didn't slow down. You need to be bathed, clothed, fed, and briefed before they arrive. We have no time for extensive explanations. But, you will have time for questions later. Now you need to survive the next few hours. Ragnarok glanced back at him, and for a moment, the ancient goblin's eyes softened. You've done remarkably well so far, young king. Don't fail now by asking the right questions at the wrong time. Harry closed his mouth. Right questions at the wrong time. He filed that away, sensing it was important. They emerged from the memory chamber into a corridor filled with waiting goblins. Most of them Harry didn't recognize, but one stepped forward, younger than Ragnarok, with armor that looked freshly polished and an expression of profound displeasure. This is Silverclaw, Ragnarok said. Your attaché. He will attend you for the duration of your stay, answer your questions, see to your needs, and report any concerns to me directly. Silverclaw bowed stiffly. Griffin Prince. Hello, Harry said. I'm Harry. I am aware. There was a pause. He doesn't like me, Harry observed. Silverclaw doesn't like anyone, Ragnarok said. It's one of his best qualities. He won't let personal feelings interfere with his duties. He turned to the younger goblin. The prince needs to be presentable within 40 minutes. See to it. Silverclaw's bow deepened fractionally. As you command, Director. And then Ragnarok was gone, striding away down the corridor with a speed that belied his apparent age, leaving Harry alone with a goblin who very clearly wished he was anywhere else. So, Harry said. Bathed, clothed, fed, and briefed in 40 minutes. 38 now, Silverclaw said. Follow me. The bath was both wonderful and terrifying. Wonderful because Harry had never had a proper bath in his life. The Dursleys had him shower with cold water for exactly 3 minutes, and anything longer earned a beating. This was hot, steaming, fragrant with oils that made his muscles unclench for the first time in memory. Terrifying because goblins kept coming in. Not to watch him, they had no interest in that. But they brought things, towels soft as clouds, soaps in a dozen scents, brushes and combs and strange implements Harry couldn't identify. They deposited their burdens and left without speaking, and Harry gradually realized they were treating him like royalty. Because I am, he thought, and the concept was still so strange it made him dizzy. I'm royalty now. A prince. An heir. I lived in a cupboard this morning. Silverclaw waited outside the bath chamber, and when Harry emerged wrapped in one of those impossibly soft towels, the goblin assessed him with a critical eye. You're malnourished. Underweight by at least 2 stone for your age. There's evidence of repeated physical trauma, bruises, scarring, several bones that healed incorrectly. His tone was clinical, detached. The goblins who treated you have documented everything. Harry's cheeks burned. I didn't, the Dursleys. I am not accusing you of anything, Griffin Prince. I am stating facts. Silverclaw gestured toward a door. Through there you will find clothes appropriate to your station. Dress quickly, we have 23 minutes remaining. The clothes were like nothing Harry had ever worn. Trousers of dark grey wool, softer than anything from Dudley's hand-me-downs. A shirt of white cotton, crisp and new, that actually fit. A jacket in deep green, embroidered with tiny golden griffins along the cuffs and collar. And boots. Real boots, black leather, that laced up the front and fit his feet perfectly. Harry looked at himself in the mirror and didn't recognize what he saw. The boy staring back at him still had the messy black hair, still had the bright green eyes, still had the thin face that showed too much bone. But something else had changed. Something in the way he stood, maybe. Or the way the clothes transformed him from a waif into what? You look like your father, Silverclaw said from the doorway. Harry turned. You knew my father? I knew of him. James Potter visited Gringotts many times. He was. Silverclaw paused, searching for words. Irreverent. Reckless. Entirely too prone to laughing at inappropriate moments. That doesn't sound like a compliment. It isn't. But he was also brave, and loyal, and he treated goblins with more respect than most wizards manage. Silverclaw's eyes met Harry's in the mirror. The old families remember, Griffin Prince. They remember that the Potters stood with the goblins when other wizards would not. They remember debts. What kind of debts? The kind that are measured in blood and centuries. Now come. 17 minutes. They fed him while walking. Silverclaw thrust a roll into Harry's hands, then a slice of meat, then cheese, then fruit. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting any of it, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. The corridors of Gringotts blurred around him. More goblins bowing. More whispers of Griffin Prince. More doors opening at their approach. Finally, they emerged into a chamber that took Harry's breath away. It was clearly designed for official functions. A long table of dark wood dominated the center, surrounded by chairs carved with the symbols of different magical peoples. Banners hung on the walls, displaying crests and sigils Harry didn't recognize. And at the far end, elevated on a dais, stood a throne. Not the Griffin throne. Harry understood somehow that the true throne wasn't a physical object. But this was clearly meant to represent it, carved from white stone, studded with topaz and emerald, the back shaped like spreading wings. You will sit there, Silverclaw said. When the ministry delegation arrives, they will be brought here. You will greet them from the throne. Do not rise. Do not offer them your hand. Do not show deference. Why not? Because you are a sovereign power meeting with representatives of another sovereign power. The ministry governs wizards, but you are more than a wizard, and Gringotts is not ministry territory. Silverclaw's voice was sharp. Every gesture matters. Every word will be analyzed. If you show weakness, they will exploit it. Harry climbed the steps to the throne and sat down. The stone was cold through his new clothes, but it warmed quickly, almost as if it recognized him. What am I supposed to say to them? As little as possible. Ragnarok will handle the negotiations. You need only be present and not actively sabotage our position. That's not very reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. It's meant to be accurate. Silverclaw moved to stand beside the throne, his hand resting on the weapon at his belt. 5 minutes. Harry closed his eyes. Tried to breathe. Tried to remember that this morning his biggest concern had been whether Uncle Vernon would find the toast he'd burned and use it as an excuse for another beating. I'm a prince now. I can turn into a griffin. I inherited some kind of magical throne. And in 5 minutes, I have to meet with the government without showing weakness. He was 7 years old. 4 minutes. What would his father have done? Burned the ministry to the ground, Ragnarok had said. But that wasn't helpful. Harry didn't want to burn anything. He just wanted to understand what was happening, to find solid ground in a world that had suddenly turned liquid beneath his feet. 3 minutes. What would his mother have done? Found a way to save everyone. That was better. Maybe he could do that. Find a way that didn't require burning or fighting, a way that let everyone walk away with what they needed. 2 minutes. But he didn't know what anyone needed. He didn't know anything at all. 1 minute. The doors at the far end of the chamber swung open. And Harry Potter, 7 years old, heir to the Griffin throne, survivor of cupboards and beatings and impossible transformations, straightened his spine and faced whatever came next. There were 6 of them. 3 wore robes of deep purple, the color reminding Harry of bruises. They walked with the careful precision of people very aware of their own importance. Behind them came 2 in red robes, guards, maybe, from the way they positioned themselves, and last, a witch in sensible gray who carried a clipboard and quill. Ragnarok entered through a side door, timing his appearance perfectly. He took a position to Harry's left, mirroring Silverclaw on the right. The lead purple robe stepped forward. He was a thin man, balding, with the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. Director Ragnarok. We came as quickly as we could when we received your highly unusual message. His gaze slid toward Harry and stayed there. And this must be the child who caused such disruption. The Griffin Prince, Ragnarok corrected mildly. Heir to the Griffin throne by blood and covenant. As my message stated. The thin man's smile flickered. Yes, well. The ministry will need to verify any such claims through the proper channels. In the meantime, the child should be, the Griffin Prince, Ragnarok repeated, is under Gringotts' protection by virtue of the ancient treaties between our peoples. He will remain here until such time as he chooses otherwise. The boy is 7 years old. He can't choose anything. And yet he chose to come here. Ragnarok's voice was silk over steel. Chose to accept his inheritance. Chose to sit upon that throne, which has rejected every false claimant for 1,000 years. Perhaps you should consider what that means before you speak of what a child cannot do. The thin man's face reddened. One of the other purple robes, a woman with steel gray hair, stepped forward before he could respond. Director. Perhaps we could start with introductions. I am Griselda Marchbanks, head of the Wisingamot Administrative Services. This is Cornelius Fudge, senior undersecretary to the minister. And this, she gestured to a younger wizard who had been hanging back, is Marcus Webb, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry filed the names away. Fudge, the thin man, was clearly the one in charge here, but Marchbanks had the manner of someone used to dealing with difficult situations. And Webb. Webb was watching Harry with an expression that was hard to read. Not hostile, exactly. But calculating. Assessing. The ministry acknowledges the irregular circumstances, Marchbanks continued smoothly. But surely you understand our concern. A magical creature of unknown type flew over Muggle London in broad daylight. The statute of secrecy was threatened. Obliviators are still, the creature, Ragnarok interrupted, was the Griffin Prince in his ancestral form. A form protected by treaties that predate your statute of secrecy by several centuries. If your laws conflict with those treaties, I suggest you take the matter up with your legal scholars rather than with a 7-year-old child. Fudge's face had gone from red to purple. Now see here, I see quite clearly, Undersecretary. I see a ministry that allowed the heir to one of the oldest magical houses in Britain to be placed with muggles who beat him within an inch of his life. I see officials who should have checked on his welfare years ago and clearly did not. I see representatives of magical law enforcement who have thus far done nothing to enforce any law in his favor. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry sat very still on his throne, hardly daring to breathe. He'd known, intellectually, that what the Dursleys did was wrong. But hearing Ragnarok lay it out so starkly, in front of all these important people, made something tight in his chest loosen and something else, darker, begin to burn. Webb stepped forward. Is this true? The boy was abused. The evidence is documented and will be provided to your department, Ragnarok said. Though I suspect you will find the matter complicated. Certain protections were placed on number 4, Privet Drive. Protections that required the child to remain there, regardless of how he was treated. Whose protections? That is a question you might address to Albus Dumbledore. Another silence, heavier than the first. Harry knew that name. Dumbledore. He'd seen it on a chocolate frog card once, in a shop window he'd walked past with the Dursleys. The greatest wizard of the age. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Defeater of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. What did someone like that have to do with where Harry lived? These accusations are very serious, Marchbanks said slowly. The Ministry will need to investigate. The Ministry may investigate whatever it likes, provided it does so without interfering with Gringotts' sovereignty or the Griffin Prince's safety. Ragnarok smiled, and it was not a friendly expression. We goblins have long memories, Madam Marchbanks. We remember when wizards and goblins stood together. We also remember when they did not. I suggest you consider carefully which history you wish to repeat. Fudge sputtered. Webb looked thoughtful. Marchbanks simply nodded. The Ministry's position, she said carefully, is that we wish only to ensure the child's well-being and determine the truth of these claims regarding his heritage. If what you say is accurate, then obviously the situation changes dramatically. What we say is accurate. The covenant has been accepted, the blood has been acknowledged, the crown has been bestowed. Ragnarok gestured toward Harry. If you doubt it, ask him yourself. All eyes turned to Harry. He'd been preparing for this, but it was still terrifying, 6 adults staring at him, waiting for him to speak, the weight of ancient politics pressing down on his small shoulders. Don't show weakness. Harry met their eyes one by one. Fudge, with his barely contained outrage. Marchbanks, with her careful assessment. Webb, with his unreadable intensity. I turned into a griffin, Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he expected. I flew here. The goblins recognized me. They said I was heir to something called the Griffin Throne. I didn't know any of this until tonight. You didn't know? Fudge's incredulity was obvious. You expect us to believe, I expect you to believe the truth. Harry cut him off without thinking, and something flickered in Ragnarok's eyes, approval, maybe. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. I thought I was a freak because strange things happened around me. No one ever told me anything about magic or griffins or thrones. Tonight was the first time I found out any of it was real. Webb took a step forward, ignoring Fudge's glare. The cupboard. You said you lived in a cupboard. For how long? As long as I can remember. And the people who kept you there, they hurt you? Harry's hands clenched on the arms of the throne. He didn't want to talk about this. Didn't want to remember the darkness and the hunger and the fear. But Webb's eyes were serious, not mocking, and something in them made Harry want to tell the truth. Yes, he said quietly. They hurt me a lot. Webb nodded slowly. I would like, he said, still addressing Harry but somehow making it clear his words were for everyone in the room, to see the evidence the goblins have gathered. And then I would like to have a very long conversation with whoever decided to place a magical child in that situation. Marcus, Fudge started. The law is the law, Cornelius. Webb's voice was flat. Even when it's inconvenient. Even when important people are involved. He looked at Harry, and for a moment his expression softened. I'm sorry, son. Someone should have checked on you years ago. Harry didn't know what to say to that. No one had ever apologized to him before. Not for anything. The evidence will be provided, Ragnarok said into the silence. In the meantime, the Griffin Prince will remain at Gringotts. He has much to learn about his heritage, and we have much to teach. The ministry, Fudge began again. The ministry may request a formal audience at any time, through proper diplomatic channels. Ragnarok's smile was all teeth. I trust you remember how those channels work. The meeting ended shortly after that. Harry sat on the throne and watched the ministry delegation file out, Fudge's back rigid with anger, Marchbank's face thoughtful, Webb pausing at the door to look back at Harry one more time before disappearing into the corridor. Then he was alone with Ragnarok and Silverclaw and the weight of everything that had happened. How did I do? Harry asked. Adequately, Silverclaw said. Better than adequately, Ragnarok corrected. You showed restraint when Fudge provoked you. You told the truth when Webb asked you questions. You didn't panic. He moved to stand before the throne, looking up at Harry with those ancient, milky eyes. You have a long way to go, Griffin Prince. But tonight, you took the first steps. Harry slumped in the throne, suddenly exhausted beyond words. The day had started in a cupboard and ended on a throne, and somewhere in between he turned into a mythical creature and flown across London and inherited a legacy he didn't understand. What happens tomorrow? He asked. Tomorrow, you begin your education. The history of your house, the nature of your powers, the politics of the magical world. It will be difficult and frustrating and you will make mistakes. Ragnarok paused. But you will not make them alone. Gringotts stands with the Griffin throne. We have been waiting for its return for a very long time. Why? Because the world needs what the Griffin Kings provided, balance, protection, a check against powers that would otherwise run unchecked. Ragnarok's voice dropped lower. And because something stirs in the depths, young king. Something that was sealed long ago. Your awakening has weakened those seals. Harry remembered the pulsing memory sphere at the back of the chamber. The warning in Ragnarok's voice when he spoke of the last Griffin King. The thing he sealed away. It's waking up. Perhaps. We cannot be certain. But the wards on the deep vaults have been restless tonight. Things that have been sleeping for millennia are beginning to dream. Ragnarok placed one gnarled hand on the arm of the throne. You are not ready to face what your ancestor faced. Not yet. But you must become ready, and quickly. The world may not give us the time we need. Harry looked at his hands. Small hands. Child's hands. The hands of a boy who had never held a wand, never cast a spell, never done anything except survive day to day in a house where he wasn't wanted. I don't know how to be a king, he said. No one does, at first. That's what training is for. Ragnarok stepped back. For now, rest. There are chambers prepared for you, a bed softer than anything you've known, food whenever you hunger. Tomorrow, the work begins. But tonight. His eyes softened almost imperceptibly. Tonight, you can simply be a child who flew across the sky. There is time enough for the weight of crowns. Silverclaw appeared at Harry's elbow, and Harry let himself be led away from the throne, through more corridors, to a room that made him stop and stare. It wasn't large by palace standards, later, he would learn that, but to a boy who had spent his life in a cupboard, it was a cathedral. A bed big enough for 5 of him, with blankets that looked like clouds. A window that showed the London skyline, even though they were deep underground. Magic, Silverclaw explained curtly. A desk, a wardrobe, a sitting area with chairs that looked like they wanted to swallow you in comfort. This is mine. Harry asked. For as long as you choose to stay. Silverclaw moved toward the door. There will be guards outside. If you need anything, speak and they will hear you. Silverclaw. The goblin paused. Thank you. For everything tonight. I know you didn't want to be assigned to me, but, what I want is irrelevant. Silverclaw's voice was stiff. I serve the Goblin Nation, and the Goblin Nation has decided to support the Griffin throne. My feelings on the matter are unimportant. Still. Thank you. For a long moment, Silverclaw just looked at him. Then, almost imperceptibly, something in his expression shifted. You're welcome, Griffin Prince. Now sleep. Tomorrow will be educational. The door closed behind him. Harry stood in the middle of his room, and tried to process everything that had happened. Failed completely. Gave up and walked to the window instead. London spread out below him, a carpet of light stretching to the horizon. Somewhere out there, the Dursleys were probably calling the police, or maybe hiding in terror, or maybe trying to pretend the whole evening had never happened. Somewhere out there, wizards and witches were going about their lives, unaware that anything had changed. But something had changed. Harry raised his hand and watched golden light flicker between his fingers. Griffin fire, he understood somehow, the essence of what he'd become. It was warm without burning, bright without blinding. It felt like a promise. He was still 7 years old. Still small and underfed and covered in scars from a family that had never loved him. Still frightened and confused and absolutely certain he was going to mess everything up. But he was also something else now. Something with wings and talons and a crown that burned invisible on his brow. Something that had flown across the sky and made monsters kneel. I'm going to learn, he told himself, watching the Griffin fire dance. I'm going to get stronger. And whatever's coming, whatever my ancestor sealed away, I'm going to be ready. The fire flickered and faded. Harry turned away from the window and walked to the impossibly soft bed. Lay down on sheets that smelled like lavender and something else, something old and fierce and familiar. Home, he thought. And for the first time in his 7 years of life, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear. Far below Gringotts, in tunnels that hadn't seen light since before Hogwarts was built, something stirred. It was patient, this thing. It had been patient for 1,000 years, trapped in chains of sacrifice, dreaming of the day it would finally be free. And now it felt something it hadn't felt since the Griffin King had sealed it away. A griffin wakes, the thing thought, and its thoughts were like continents grinding against each other, slow and inexorable and utterly devastating. The blood remembers. The covenant renews. In its prison of darkness, the thing that called itself the Hollow King opened eyes that had not seen for a millennium. But the seal weakens. Every day, a little more. Every drop of blood spilled, a little less. Somewhere above, a child slept in a soft bed, dreaming of golden wings and open skies. Soon, the Hollow King promised itself. Soon, little Griffin. We will meet. And then we shall see whose crown is stronger. In the depths of Gringotts, something ancient and terrible began, for the first time in 1,000 years, to smile. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Gold. Harry woke to silence. Not the tense silence of Privet Drive, where every creak of floorboard meant potential danger, where stillness was just the held breath before the next explosion. This was different. Peaceful. The silence of a place where nothing wanted to hurt him. He lay still for a long moment, staring at a ceiling that wasn't the underside of stairs. The memories of yesterday came flooding back, the beating, the transformation, the flight, the throne, and for a terrifying instant he was certain it had all been a dream. Then he felt it. The mark on his forehead, invisible but present, humming with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. The connection to something vast and ancient, still there, still real. Not a dream. Harry sat up slowly, taking in the room in morning light, or what passed for morning light underground. The magical window showed a sunrise over London, painting the city in shades of gold and rose. His new clothes from yesterday were draped over a chair, and beside them sat a fresh set, different colors, same perfect fit. Someone had been in here while he slept. The thought should have frightened him. Instead, it just felt odd. Being cared for. Having someone notice whether he needed clean clothes. A knock at the door made him jump. Griffin Prince. Silverclaw's voice, clipped and professional. You have 30 minutes before your first lesson. Breakfast will be served in the antechamber. Harry scrambled out of bed. I'm coming. The antechamber turned out to be a small sitting room attached to his quarters, and breakfast turned out to be enough food to feed the entire Dursley family for a week. Eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, fruit, pastries, something that looked like porridge but smelled like honey and cinnamon. Harry stood in the doorway and stared. Is something wrong? Silverclaw asked. This is all for me. Obviously. Who else would it be for? Harry sat down and ate until he felt like he might burst, which took less time than expected. His stomach had shrunk from years of too small portions. Silverclaw watched without comment, though something in his expression shifted when Harry carefully set aside half a pastry, wrapping it in a napkin. You don't need to save food here, Silverclaw said. There will always be more. Harry's cheeks burned. I know. I just, habit. Silverclaw was quiet for a moment. Then, the director has arranged your lessons. You will study goblin history, magical theory, political protocol, and physical conditioning. Additionally, there will be sessions specifically focused on your unique abilities. The Griffin thing. Yes. The Griffin thing. Silverclaw's tone was dry. Your first lesson begins in 12 minutes with Scholar Grimjaw. He will be teaching you the history of the Griffin throne and its relationship with the Goblin Nation. I suggest you pay attention. Grimjaw does not tolerate inattention. Harry swallowed. Is he strict? He once threw a student through a wall for yawning. Oh. The student was a goblin warrior, so the wall was the only casualty. But still. Silverclaw's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Best not to yawn. Scholar Grimjaw was ancient, even by goblin standards. Where Ragnarok's age showed in his milky eyes and weathered skin, Grimjaw looked like something that had been carved from old stone and left to weather for centuries. His fingers were gnarled around a staff that was itself a museum piece, and his voice, when he spoke, sounded like gravel being crushed. Sit, he commanded, gesturing to a chair across from his desk. Harry sat. You know nothing, Grimjaw said. It wasn't an insult, just a statement of fact. You have been raised among muggles, ignorant of your heritage, your history, your very nature. In the span of one evening, you discovered that everything you believed about yourself was wrong. Yes. Yes, sir. Good. Acknowledging ignorance is the first step toward wisdom. Grimjaw leaned forward on his staff. I will not coddle you, Griffin Prince. The world will not coddle you. There are those who will seek to use you, destroy you, or bend you to their purposes. Your only defense is knowledge. I understand. You do not. But you will. Grimjaw's dark eyes glittered. Let us begin with a question. What do you know about the founding of the magical world in Britain? Harry thought hard. There was Hogwarts. For founders, 1,000 years ago. And before that? I don't know. Before Hogwarts, before the Ministry, before the Statute of Secrecy, there were the Old Kingdoms. Magical peoples ruled openly then. Wizards, goblins, centaurs, merfolk, giants, each had their territories, their sovereigns, their laws. Grimjaw's voice took on a rhythmic quality, like he was reciting something he'd spoken 1,000 times. But there was always conflict. Always war. The peoples of magic could not stop fighting each other long enough to build anything lasting. What changed? The Griffin lords arose. Grimjaw's gnarled hand moved, and suddenly the air between them shimmered with light. Images formed, vague at first, then sharpening into clarity. Your ancestors, boy. The House of Potter was not always called by that name, but the blood was the same. They were the first wizards to take beast form, not through learning, but through blood. The Griffin chose them. Harry watched the images, a man with his messy black hair standing before a crowd of goblins, hand raised in greeting. A woman with his green eyes riding a hippogriff into battle. Scenes of negotiation, of treaty signing, of shared feasts between peoples who had been enemies for centuries. The Griffin lords could do something no other rulers could, Grimjaw continued. They could bind oaths. Not just words, true oaths, enforced by magic itself. When a treaty was signed before a Griffin lord, breaking it meant death. Instant, unavoidable, absolute. That's powerful. It was essential. Without enforcement, treaties are just paper. With it, peace became possible. The images shifted again, a great hall, filled with representatives of every magical people, centered around a throne of white stone. The Griffin throne was established not to rule over the magical peoples, but to stand between them. To enforce the old covenants. To prevent the wars that had nearly destroyed everything. And it worked. For centuries. The magical world flourished. Goblins and wizards traded openly. Centaurs shared their knowledge of the stars. Even giants were part of the peace, in those days. Grimjaw's voice darkened. Until it ended. The images changed again. This time, Harry saw a battle, but not like anything he'd imagined. The sky was torn, reality itself seemed to be breaking, and at the center of the chaos stood something that hurt to look at. A figure of shadow and void, wearing a crown of absolute darkness. The Hollow King, Harry whispered, remembering Ragnarok's words. You know the name. Good. Grimjaw's eyes were fixed on the image. He was once like you, a Griffin lord, heir to the throne. But he became convinced that the old covenants were weakness. That the magical world needed not balance, but order. His order. His control. What happened? Civil war. Griffin against Griffin, as the Hollow King gathered those who believed as he did. The magical peoples were forced to choose sides. Thousands died. The images showed battles, cities burning, grief-stricken faces. In the end, only two Griffin lords remained, the Hollow King and your ancestor, Aldrich Potter. They faced each other in the ruins of everything they'd built. And my ancestor won. He sealed the Hollow King away, at the cost of his own life. The binding required sacrifice, not just death, but the willing surrender of everything he was. His magic, his bloodline's full power, his very soul. All of it, used to create chains that would hold for 1,000 years. Harry felt cold. 1,000 years. And it's been 983. Grimjaw's voice was grim. The seal weakens, Griffin Prince. Every generation, a little more. Your ancestors forgot what they were, and their forgetting weakened the chains further. By the time your parents were born, the Potters were ordinary wizards, powerful, yes, but nothing like what they had been. But I transformed. I felt the covenant. Because the seal is failing fast enough now that the bloodline is waking in response. Your magic sensed the danger and activated dormant power that should have remained sleeping for another generation at least. Grimjaw leaned closer. You are not supposed to exist, boy. Not like this, not yet. The Hollow King's stirring has forced you to become what you are before you were ready. Harry's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. What does he want? The Hollow King. What he always wanted. Order through control. Peace through submission. He believes, truly believes, that the magical world can only be saved if every creature in it bends to a single will. His will. That's insane. Is it? Grimjaw's eyes glittered. Look at the world, Griffin Prince. The magical peoples are fragmented. Goblins and wizards barely speak. Centaurs have retreated to their forests. Giants have fled to the mountains. The old covenants are dead letters, honored by no one. Perhaps the Hollow King was right. Perhaps unity does require force. No. The word came out stronger than Harry expected. That's not, unity that comes from force isn't real. It's just slavery with a better name. Grimjaw was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, or at least, his face moved in a way that might have been a smile. Your ancestor said something very similar, the night before he died. The old goblin sat back in his chair. Perhaps there is hope for you after all, Griffin Prince. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the old covenants. You will need to know them intimately if you are to have any chance of restoring them. 4 hours later, Harry's head was spinning. The old covenants were complicated, more complicated than anything he'd ever tried to learn. There were treaties between goblins and wizards governing everything from trade rights to territorial boundaries. There were agreements with centaurs about forest access and star knowledge sharing. There were protocols for merfolk diplomacy that involved specific tidal patterns and moon phases. And all of it, every single agreement, had been enforced by the Griffin throne. When that enforcement ended, the treaties had become suggestions, then traditions, then mere memories. The current state of goblin-wizard relations, Grimjaw had explained, is the result of 3 centuries of ministry overreach and goblin resistance. Without the Griffin throne to hold wizards accountable, they began treating goblins as lesser beings. Wars followed. The goblins lost, not because we were weaker, but because we were fewer. The treaties that exist now are compromises written in blood. Can they be fixed? Perhaps. If the Griffin throne returns in full. If the magical peoples are willing to trust it again. Grimjaw's expression had been unreadable. That is a very large if, young prince. Now Harry sat in a small courtyard deep within Gringotts, eating lunch mechanically while his mind churned through everything he'd learned. The courtyard was artificial, stone walls, enchanted ceiling showing blue sky, but it felt real enough. Flowers grew in neat beds, and a fountain burbled somewhere nearby. You look overwhelmed. Harry looked up. Silverclaw stood at the courtyard's entrance, arms folded. I am overwhelmed, Harry admitted. There's so much to learn. The treaties, the history, the politics, how am I supposed to remember all of it? You're not. Not yet. Silverclaw moved closer, taking a seat on the bench across from Harry. Grimjaw is establishing foundations. The details will come with repetition and practice. How long does that take? Years. Decades, for full mastery. Silverclaw's lips twitched at Harry's expression. Did you expect to become a king in a week? I didn't expect any of this, Harry muttered. Yesterday I was, living in a cupboard. Yes. You mentioned. Silverclaw's voice was dry, but something in his eyes had softened. The director believes you have potential. That is why he has committed Gringotts resources to your training. But potential means nothing without development. What if I'm not good enough? What if the Hollow King wakes up and I'm just a kid who got lucky? Then you will fail, and the world will fall into darkness. Silverclaw shrugged at Harry's stricken look. What? You wanted reassurance. I don't offer false comfort, Griffin Prince. The stakes are exactly as high as you fear. The question is whether you will let that fear stop you or drive you. Harry stared at his half-eaten lunch. How do I know which one I'm doing? You don't. Not in the moment. You only know afterward, when you look back at your choices. Silverclaw stood. Your next lesson begins in 15 minutes. Physical conditioning with Ironhide. I suggest you finish eating, you'll need the energy. Silverclaw. The goblin paused. Why are you helping me? Ragnarok assigned you, but, you could just do the minimum. You didn't have to explain things, or answer my questions, or, you're right. I could do the minimum. Silverclaw's expression was unreadable. But the minimum wouldn't prepare you for what's coming. And despite my personal reservations about having a wizard child as my responsibility, I find that I do not want you to die. It wasn't exactly a declaration of friendship. But coming from Silverclaw, it felt like one. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Finish your lunch, Griffin Prince. Ironhide is even less patient than Grimjaw. Ironhide lived up to his name. The goblin warrior was built like a boulder, all muscle and scar tissue, with a face that looked like it had been used to break down doors. He took one look at Harry and grunted. Scrawny. I know, Harry said. Malnourished. No muscle definition. Poor posture. Probably couldn't lift a training sword if your life depended on it. Probably not, Harry agreed. Ironhide's eyes narrowed. You're not arguing. Would it help? For a long moment, the goblin just stared at him. Then, incredibly, he laughed, a sound like rocks tumbling down a mountainside. I like you, cub. Most wizards argue. Tell me I don't understand, that magic is all that matters, that physical training is beneath them. He spat to the side. Then they die the first time someone gets past their wands. I don't have a wand. You will, eventually. But before then, before you learn to rely on tools that can be taken, you will learn to rely on this. He thumped his own chest. The body is the first weapon. The only one you always have. Okay. What do I do? Ironhide's grin was not reassuring. First, you run. Harry ran. It was nothing like the running he'd done at Privet Drive, desperate sprints to escape Dudley's gang, frantic dashes to avoid Vernon's reaching hands. This was methodical, relentless. Around and around the training chamber, until his lungs burned and his legs screamed and his vision started to blur at the edges. Stop. Harry collapsed, gasping. Pathetic. But Ironhide's voice wasn't harsh, more matter-of-fact. 20 minutes before you dropped. A goblin child could run for hours. I'm not, Harry wheezed, a goblin child. No. You're a Griffin prince who's been starved and beaten for 7 years. Your body is broken, but bodies can be rebuilt. Ironhide crouched down, meeting Harry's eyes. This is where we start. Every day, a little more. Every day, a little stronger. The pain you feel now is weakness leaving. Let it go. Easy for you to say. Nothing about my life has been easy, cub. Ironhide's hand was rough on Harry's shoulder, but not unkind. The goblins who trained me made this seem gentle. I once crawled through a cave system for 3 days with a broken leg because my instructor said walking was a luxury. You want to complain about running? Harry was quiet. I didn't think so. Ironhide stood. Rest for 5 minutes. Then we start on basic stances. You'll learn how to fall before you learn how to fight, every warrior does. Why falling first? Because you will fall many times before you win once. The ones who survive are the ones who know how to get back up. Harry pushed himself into a sitting position, every muscle protesting. I'm good at getting back up. I've had practice. Ironhide nodded slowly. Yes. I expect you have. Show me. The days that followed blurred together. Harry woke before dawn and trained until after dark. Grimjaw's lectures on history and politics. Ironhide's brutal physical conditioning. A goblin witch named Thornroot who taught him about magical theory, not how to cast spells, not yet, but how magic worked, the principles underlying everything. Magic is not a tool, Thornroot explained, her voice like rustling leaves. Magic is a relationship. The wizard who treats it as something to be used will always be limited. The wizard who treats it as a partner, a living force with its own nature and desires, that wizard can do things others cannot imagine. How do I treat it like a partner? You listen. You feel. You stop thinking of spells as commands and start thinking of them as conversations. Thornroot's eyes glittered. Your ancestors understood this. The Griffin lords didn't force magic to obey, they asked, and magic answered, because they had built trust over generations. Harry thought about the transformation. He hadn't commanded it to happen. He hadn't even known it was possible. But in that moment of desperation, something had reached out to him, offered him power, and he had accepted. I think I understand. You begin to understand. Full understanding takes a lifetime. Thornroot smiled, her sharp teeth glinting. Fortunately, you have time. Not much, but some. And underneath all the training, there was the Griffin. Harry could feel it now, a constant presence in the back of his mind. Not a separate being, it was him, just a different aspect, like the difference between his waking self and his dreaming self. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he could feel the urge to transform, to spread golden wings and take to the sky. He didn't, though. Not yet. Ragnarok had warned him that transforming too often before he had control could be dangerous, the Griffin instincts might overwhelm the human mind. The balance will come with practice, Ragnarok had said. But for now, stay grounded. There will be time for flying later. Harry wasn't sure he believed that. The sky called to him constantly, a song in his blood that never quite faded. But he trusted Ragnarok, so he resisted the urge. Mostly. A week after Harry's arrival, Silverclaw came to his chambers with an unusual expression. You have a visitor. Harry looked up from the book he'd been struggling through, a history of goblin-wizard trade negotiations that was somehow more boring than anything Dudley had ever forced him to sit through. Who? Lord Arcturus Black. Head of the noble and most ancient house of Black. Silverclaw's voice was carefully neutral. He has requested an audience. Harry closed the book. Should I know who that is? He is one of the oldest and most powerful wizards in Britain. His house has stood for over 1,000 years. His grandson, Sirius Black, was your parents' best friend, and your godfather. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. My godfather? He was supposed to be your guardian after your parents died. Instead, he was imprisoned in Azkaban for their betrayal. Silverclaw's expression was unreadable. There are questions about whether that imprisonment was just. You think he's innocent? I think the goblins were never asked our opinion, and that alone is suspicious. Silverclaw moved toward the door. Lord Arcturus is waiting in the small audience chamber. Do you wish to see him? Harry thought about it. His godfather, a man he'd never heard of, who should have raised him, who was now apparently rotting in a wizard prison. And here was this man's grandfather, one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, wanting to talk to a 7-year-old boy who'd been sleeping in a cupboard 2 weeks ago. Yes, Harry said. I want to hear what he has to say. Lord Arcturus Black was dying. Harry could see it the moment he entered the audience chamber. The old wizard sat in a high-backed chair like it was a throne, dressed in robes of deep black that seemed to absorb the light around them. His face was aristocratic, sharp-featured, with the kind of cheekbones that could cut glass. But his skin had a grayish pallor, and his hands trembled slightly where they rested on the arms of his chair. Still, his eyes were sharp, gray and piercing, taking in everything about Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to squirm. Griffin Prince, Arcturus said. His voice was surprisingly strong. Thank you for seeing me. Lord Black. Harry wasn't sure of the proper protocol, but Silverclaw had given him a quick briefing on wizarding nobility. You requested an audience. I did. Arcturus studied him. You look very like your father. The same unruly hair, the same stubborn set to the jaw. But your eyes are your mother's. So I've been told. I imagine you have. A faint smile crossed Arcturus's face. I'll be direct with you, boy. I don't have time for games. The healers give me 6 months, perhaps a year if I'm fortunate. I've come to offer you something, and to ask for something in return. What do you want to offer? Everything. The resources of House Black, our gold, our properties, our political connections, our knowledge. We are an ancient house, nearly as old as the Potters, and we have spent centuries accumulating power. Arcturus's eyes glittered. That power could be yours. Harry's mind raced. He'd learned enough in the past week to understand what this meant. House Black was one of the Sacred 28, the oldest pureblood families in Britain. Their support would legitimize his claim to the Griffin throne in ways that goblin backing alone couldn't. And what do you want in return? My grandson's freedom. Silence fell over the chamber. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears. Sirius Black is innocent, Arcturus continued, his voice carrying an edge of old rage. He loved your parents. He would have died for them, should have died for them, if things had gone differently. Instead, he was thrown into Azkaban without trial, without evidence, without even the pretense of justice. If he's innocent, why didn't you fight for him? Arcturus's face twisted. I tried. For years, I tried. I spent gold, called in favors, demanded investigations. But the ministry had their scapegoat, and certain parties, his voice dripped venom, wanted the case closed. By the time I had enough evidence to force a new trial, I was too weak to see it through. What evidence? The secret keeper wasn't serious. It was Peter Pettigrew, another of your parents' friends. He's the one who betrayed them to the Dark Lord, then faked his own death and framed Sirius for it. Arcturus leaned forward. The evidence is solid. But evidence means nothing without power to enforce it. The Griffin throne has that power. The old covenants give you the right to demand trial for anyone accused of crimes against your interests. Harry's heart was pounding now. If this was true, if his godfather really was innocent, if he'd spent years in prison for something he didn't do, why should I believe you? Because I have nothing to gain by lying. I'm dying, boy. Everything I've built, everything House Black has accumulated over centuries, will pass to my heirs when I'm gone, and my heirs are either dead, imprisoned, or insane. Arcturus's voice was bitter. Sirius is the last hope for the Black name. If he dies in Azkaban, our house dies with him. So this is about legacy. Partly. Arcturus didn't flinch from the accusation. I want my grandson free. I want my house to survive. These are selfish reasons, I admit it. But they align with justice, and they align with your interests. A Griffin prince with House Black support is far more formidable than one without. Harry thought about everything he'd learned. The political landscape of magical Britain. The way the ministry functioned, or failed to function. The power of the old covenants and the weight of the Griffin throne. I want to meet him first, Harry said. Sirius. Before I agree to anything. Arcturus blinked. You want to visit Azkaban? I want to see my godfather. I want to hear his story from him, not from someone else. If he's really innocent, if he really cared about my parents, I'll know. Harry met Arcturus's eyes steadily. And then we'll talk about alliances. For a long moment, the old wizard just stared at him. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. James would have burned the ministry down, he said, echoing Ragnarok's words from Harry's first night. But Lily would have asked questions first. You're more her son than his, I think. Is that a problem? No. Arcturus's laughter faded, replaced by something that might have been respect. No, I think it's exactly what we need. Very well, Griffin Prince. I'll arrange the visit. It won't be easy, Azkaban doesn't welcome guests, but the black name still carries weight with certain guards. How soon? Give me a week. I need to call in some favors. Arcturus pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly before steadying. In the meantime, consider my offer carefully. House Black has made many mistakes over the years. Too many of us have embraced darkness, thinking it was strength. But there was a time when we stood for something better. I'd like to believe that time could come again. He walked to the door, then paused. Your mother was a remarkable woman, Griffin Prince. One of the only Muggle-borns I ever truly respected. She saw past the prejudices that blinded most of our world. I hope, he hesitated, I hope you inherited more than just her eyes. And then he was gone, leaving Harry alone with his swirling thoughts. It could be a trap, Silverclaw said that evening. They were in Harry's chambers, the door sealed, privacy wards humming around them. Harry had just finished relating his conversation with Arcturus, and Silverclaw's expression had grown more skeptical with every word. I know. The Blacks are not trustworthy. Their house has produced more dark wizards than any other in Britain. Arcturus himself has made mistakes. He admitted that. Harry leaned back in his chair. But he also seemed honest. Like he didn't have anything left to lose by telling the truth. Dying men can still lie. They can. But why would he? What does he gain by tricking me into visiting Azkaban? Silverclaw was silent for a moment. Humiliation, perhaps. A young Griffin prince, barely trained, walking into the most secure prison in Britain, if something went wrong, it would undermine your position. Or it could strengthen it. If I walk into Azkaban and walk out again, people will know I'm not afraid. You should be afraid. Dementors guard that prison. They're creatures of pure despair, they feed on happiness, on hope, on everything that makes life worth living. Extended exposure drives men mad. Harry thought about the life he'd left behind. The cupboard. The darkness. The endless crushing weight of being unwanted. I've felt despair before, he said quietly. It didn't break me then. It won't break me now. Silverclaw studied him with those dark goblin eyes. You truly believe that? I have to. If I start doubting myself now, I'll never stop. A long silence. Then Silverclaw nodded, slowly. Very well. If you're determined to do this, you won't do it unprepared. The director will want to know. He'll want to, Silverclaw paused. He'll want to help. Ragnarok? The Griffin throne is the Goblin Nation's greatest hope for restoring our rightful position in the magical world. If you die in Azkaban, that hope dies with you. Silverclaw's voice was flat. Ragnarok may be old, but he's not sentimental. He'll help you survive because your survival serves his purposes. That's honest. Goblins don't believe in pretty lies, Griffin Prince. We tell truths that wizards prefer to avoid. Silverclaw stood. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, you'll begin preparing for your visit to Hell. The next week was the hardest of Harry's young life. Grimjaw's lessons intensified, focusing now on the specifics of Azkaban and its history. The prison had been built on an island in the North Sea, originally by a dark wizard named Acrisdes who used it to torture Muggles. After his death, the Ministry had discovered the fortress and, rather than destroying it, had turned it into a prison. Because the Dementors were already there, Grimjaw explained, his voice dripping with contempt. The Ministry didn't create those abominations, they just harnessed them. Took creatures of pure darkness and put them to work. Can they be fought? Not by normal means. They have no bodies to hurt, no minds to attack. The only known defense is the Patronus charm, a manifestation of positive emotion that drives them back. But it requires significant magical power and training you don't have. Then how am I supposed to survive? You're a Griffin Lord. Grimjaw's eyes glittered. The Dementors are dark creatures. Your bloodline was born to face darkness. The same power that let your ancestor seal the Hollow King should offer some protection. Should. It's been 1,000 years since a Griffin Lord faced Dementors. We're working from ancient records, not personal experience. The old goblin shrugged. This is one of those situations where you'll learn by doing, or by dying. Harry tried to find that reassuring. He failed. Ironhide's training also shifted focus. Instead of general conditioning, they practiced endurance, how to function when exhausted, how to think when every instinct screamed for rest. The goblin warrior pushed Harry harder than ever, driving him to the point of collapse again and again. Dementors drain your strength along with your happiness, Ironhide said during one brutal session. If your body gives out before your mind, you're dead. Build reserves. Learn to push past what you think are your limits. And if I can't? Then you'll find out exactly how much you can take. Ironhide's grin was savage. That's what training is for. Thornroot, meanwhile, helped Harry explore his connection to the Griffin. The transformation is your most powerful ability, she explained. But it's not the only aspect of your heritage. The Griffin Lords could tap into beast magic without fully transforming. Enhanced senses. Faster reflexes. Greater resistance to dark influences. How do I access that? By understanding that the Griffin isn't something separate from you. It's not a creature sharing your body, it is you, another way of being yourself. Thornroot's hands moved, and silver light danced between them. When you feel the urge to transform, instead of suppressing it completely, try to channel it. Let the power flow without changing your form. It took days of practice, but eventually Harry began to understand. The Griffin power was like a fire inside him, he could let it blaze uncontrolled into transformation, or he could feed it carefully, letting it warm him without burning. By the end of the week, he could sharpen his senses at will, see in near darkness, hear whispered conversations from across a room. Good, Thornroot said when he demonstrated. You're learning faster than I expected. Perhaps the crisis of your awakening has accelerated your development. Or maybe I'm just desperate to survive. That too. She smiled, showing her pointed teeth. Desperation is an excellent teacher. Arcturus's message came on the 7th day. The visit is arranged. Tomorrow night. A boat will be waiting at the hidden dock in London. Come alone, too many witnesses will attract attention. The guards have been persuaded to look the other way, but their cooperation has limits. Harry read the message twice, then handed it to Ragnarok. The director had called him to his private office, a smaller, more personal space than the grand chambers where they usually met. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with texts in a dozen languages. A fire crackled in a hearth that shouldn't have existed this far underground. Alone, Ragnarok murmured. He wants you to go alone. Is that a problem? It's concerning. Arcturus Black may be genuine, but the Blacks have enemies. If word of this visit has spread, then I walk into a trap and probably die. Harry kept his voice steady through sheer force of will. I know the risks. Do you? Ragnarok set down the message and fixed Harry with those milky eyes. You've been training for a week. 1 week, against forces that have broken-grown wizards. You're walking into the most dangerous place in Britain, surrounded by creatures that feed on everything you are, to meet a man who may be innocent or may be a murderer. Yes. And you're still going. I have to know. Harry met the director's gaze without flinching. If Sirius is innocent, if he really was my parents' friend, if he was supposed to protect me and someone took that away, I have to know. I can't build anything real on a foundation of uncertainty. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. The last Griffin King said something similar, before he faced the Hollow King. He knew he might die, but he went anyway, because uncertainty was worse than death. The old goblin's voice was soft. I pray you're luckier than he was. I'm not relying on luck. No. You're relying on yourself. Ragnarok smiled, a real smile, not the sharp-toothed expression of goblin politics. That's either the wisest or the most foolish approach possible. I suppose we'll find out which. He reached into his desk and withdrew a small object, a pendant on a silver chain, shaped like a griffin in flight. This belonged to your grandfather. It won't protect you from dementors, but it will let you call for help if things go wrong. Press it to your chest and speak my name. Goblins will come. Harry took the pendant, feeling its weight in his palm. Thank you. Thank me by surviving, Griffin Prince. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. I've invested too much in you to lose you now. The boat was small, barely large enough for two, and the wizard waiting beside it was wrapped so thoroughly in shadows that Harry couldn't make out any features. Griffin Prince, the figure said. A woman's voice, low and rough. Lord Arcturus sends his regrets. He's too weak to make the journey. Harry hesitated on the dock. The London night was cold, the Thames a ribbon of black glass beside him. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong, that he should turn back, no. Forward. Take me to Azkaban, he said. The journey was silent and strange. The boat moved without oars, cutting through the water like a blade. London's lights faded behind them, and soon there was nothing but darkness and the endless slap of waves against wood. Harry huddled in his cloak, the griffin pendant warm against his chest. He could feel his power stirring, responding to the growing sense of wrongness in the air. Something ahead was dark, not just the absence of light, but the absence of everything good. First time? The woman asked. Yes. It gets worse. She sounded almost sympathetic. The closer we get, the worse you'll feel. Don't fight it, let it wash over you. Fighting just makes it stronger. How do you stand it? Practice. And the knowledge that the people in there deserve to suffer. Harry thought about Sirius, locked in a cell, surrounded by creatures that fed on hope. If he was innocent, not all of them, Harry said quietly. The woman didn't respond. Azkaban rose from the sea like a wound in reality. It was a fortress of black stone, twisted and wrong, as if it had been built by something that didn't understand architecture and didn't care. Towers jutted at impossible angles. Windows gaped like empty eye sockets. And hovering around it, drifting on currents of despair, were the Dementors. Harry felt them before he saw them clearly. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature settled into his bones. Memories rose unbidden, Uncle Vernon's fist, Aunt Petunia's sneers, the endless dark of the cupboard, no. He reached for the griffin power, let it warm him from within. The memories didn't disappear, but they grew distant, like stories about someone else. Interesting, the woman murmured. Most people are screaming by now. The boat docked at a pier of rotting wood. Harry climbed out on legs that only trembled slightly, and followed the woman up stone steps that seemed to go on forever. Guards waited at the top, wizards in grey robes, their faces blank and empty. Whatever deal Arcturus had made, it had cost them something. They didn't speak as Harry passed, didn't even look at him directly. Inside, Azkaban was worse. The corridors were narrow, the cells cramped, and the screaming never stopped. Men and women howled in the darkness, their voices blending into a chorus of absolute despair. Some called for mercy. Some called for death. Some just made sounds that had stopped being words long ago. And everywhere, were the Dementors. They drifted through walls and ceilings, drawn by the misery of the prisoners. Harry felt their attention brush against him, cold, hungry, curious, but they didn't approach. Something about him made them hesitate. The griffin, he realized. They could sense it, and they didn't like it. Here. The woman stopped before a cell that looked identical to all the others. 5 minutes. The guards won't wait longer. She stepped back, melting into the shadows. Harry approached the cell door. Through the bars, he could see a figure huddled in the corner, a man, or what was left of one. Ragged robes, matted hair, skin stretched too tight over bones that jutted like accusations. Sirius Black. The figure stirred. Raised its head. And Harry found himself looking into eyes that were somehow still alive, grey eyes, wild but not broken, holding on to sanity through sheer stubborn will. Who? Sirius's voice was a rasp, barely human. Who are you? Harry reached up and pushed his hair back, revealing the faint outline of his scar. Sirius Black went very still. James, he whispered. No. Harry. James was my father. Harry. The name came out like a prayer. Harry. You're alive. You're here. But, how, why, I came to ask you something. Sirius crawled forward, pressing his face against the bars. Up close, he looked even worse, hollowed out, consumed from within by years of suffering. But his eyes were fixed on Harry's face with desperate intensity. Anything. Anything. Did you betray my parents? The question hit like a physical blow. Sirius flinched, and for a moment Harry thought he might collapse. No. The word was absolute, unshakable. Never. I would have died for them. I should have died for them. Peter was the secret keeper, not me. We switched at the last moment, thought it would be safer, and Sirius broke off, a sob racking his thin frame. Harry reached through the bars and touched his godfather's hand. At the contact, something happened. The Griffin power surged, not as transformation but as sight. Harry saw flashes, fragments of memory, emotion, truth. Sirius laughing with a man who looked like Harry. Sirius holding an infant, promising to protect him. Sirius screaming in horror at the wreckage of a cottage, knowing he was too late. Sirius weeping in this cell, year after year, begging for death but refusing to give in. You're innocent, Harry said. Not a question. Not a guess. Certainty. Sirius looked up at him, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. You believe me? I can see it. Harry didn't fully understand how, but the truth was clear as crystal. You loved them. You would never have hurt them. The Potters were my real family. Your father was my brother. Your mother was, Sirius choked on the words. I failed them. I convinced them to use Peter. I thought he was weak, harmless. I never imagined, it wasn't your fault. I should have known. Should have seen, it wasn't your fault. Harry gripped his godfather's hand tighter. And I'm going to get you out of here. Sirius stared at him. How? The ministry isn't the only power in Britain. Not anymore. Harry felt the Griffin mark pulse on his forehead. I'm the heir to the Griffin throne, Sirius. I can demand a trial for anyone accused of crimes against my interests. And you're my godfather. My guardian. The man who should have raised me. The Griffin, but that's not, the Potters haven't, it's a long story. I'll tell you everything when you're free. Harry released Sirius's hand and stepped back. Hold on. Just a little longer. I'm coming back for you. Harry. Sirius's voice was raw with emotions he couldn't name. You look so much like James. But you're not him. You're something more. I'm trying to be. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. The woman was returning. I have to go, Harry said. But I meant what I said. I'm getting you out of here. I believe you. And the wonder in Sirius's voice, the first spark of hope Harry had seen in those grey eyes, was worth every moment of fear and cold and despair. Harry walked away from the cell. Walked past the screaming prisoners and the drifting dementors. Walked out of Azkaban's gates and down the endless stairs to the waiting boat. And as the fortress shrank behind him, swallowed by darkness and distance, he made a promise. They took my godfather. They took my childhood. They took everything they could from me. Now I'm going to take it back. The return journey was faster somehow, or maybe Harry was just too lost in thought to notice the time passing. By the time the boat docked in London, the sky was beginning to lighten in the east. The woman, he never did learn her name, disappeared without a word. Harry stood alone on the dock, the Griffin pendant clutched in his hand, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. He'd gone into Azkaban a boy with a mission. He came out a prince with a purpose. Ragnarok was waiting when Harry returned to Gringotts. You survived, the director observed. I did more than survive. Harry met his eyes. I know the truth now. Sirius is innocent, and I'm going to free him. The political implications, I don't care about political implications. I care about justice. Harry's voice was steady, certain, harder than it had been. You said the Griffin throne existed to stand between. To enforce the old covenants. To ensure that power couldn't be abused without consequence. I did. Then let's start enforcing. I want a trial for Sirius Black. I want the real traitor exposed. And I want everyone who let this happen to know that the Griffin throne is back, and we don't tolerate injustice. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a fierce, predatory expression that showed every pointed tooth. Now you sound like a king, Griffin Prince. Let's get to work. Far below London, something ancient stirred. It had felt the Griffin child's passage through the dark place. Had sensed his power, his resolve, his growing certainty. The boy was still weak, still unformed, still so very young. But he was learning. Faster than expected, the Hollow King mused in his prison of shadow. Perhaps too fast. Perhaps I should accelerate the process. In the deep vaults of Gringotts, wards that had held for centuries flickered. And in his cell in Azkaban, Sirius Black slept for the first time in years without nightmares, dreaming of a boy with Lily's eyes who had looked at him and seen the truth. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Weight of Names. The Wizengamot chamber smelled of old wood and older prejudices. Harry stood in the antechamber, adjusting the collar of his formal robes for the third time. They were goblin-made, the finest materials available, deep green velvet embroidered with golden griffins, cut to make him look older and more imposing than his 8 years could manage naturally. A month had passed since his visit to Azkaban, a month of preparation and political maneuvering, and now everything came down to this. Stop fidgeting, Silverclaw said. You look like a nervous child. I am a nervous child. Yes, but they don't need to know that. The goblin reached up and straightened Harry's collar with efficient movements. Remember what we discussed. You're not asking for anything. You're informing them of what will happen. The Griffin throne doesn't request, it declares. And if they refuse? Then we invoke the old covenants, and they discover exactly how binding those treaties still are. Silverclaw's smile was sharp. The Ministry has forgotten that their authority exists because the magical peoples allowed it to exist. Today, we remind them. The doors to the chamber swung open. Harry walked in. The Wizengamot was arranged in tiers, rising up like a theater built for judgment. Hundreds of witches and wizards sat in those seats, some in the plum robes of full members, others in the black of observers. At the center of the highest tier, presiding over everything, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures of the man, heard stories from Grimjaw and Ragnarok. The greatest wizard of the age, they called him. Defeater of Grindelwald. The only one Voldemort ever feared. In person, Dumbledore looked like someone's grandfather. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, eyes that twinkled with an intelligence that seemed almost playful. He wore robes of deep purple, and when his gaze met Harry's, something complex moved behind those twinkling eyes. He left me with the Dursleys, Harry reminded himself. He knew what they were doing, and he left me there anyway. The twinkle suddenly seemed less warm. "The Wizengamot recognizes Harry James Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily through the chamber, "claimant to the Griffin throne, here to address this body on a matter of justice." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Harry walked to the speaker's podium at the chamber's center, very aware of every eye on him. He could feel the weight of their skepticism, their condescension, their assumption that this was some kind of joke. "Good," he thought. "Let them underestimate me." "Members of the Wizengamot," Harry began. His voice came out steady. Thornroot had drilled him on projection until he could make himself heard across a battlefield. "I come before you today not to ask, but to inform. The Griffin throne, dormant for 1,000 years, has awakened. The old covenants, which this body swore to uphold, are once again in effect." More murmurs. A few outright laughs. "As is my right under those covenants," Harry continued, ignoring the noise, "I hereby invoke the clause of sovereign justice. I demand formal trial for Sirius Orion Black, currently held in Azkaban prison, accused of crimes against the interests of the Griffin throne." The chamber erupted. Voices shouted over each other, protests, objections, demands for order. Harry stood at the podium and waited, letting the chaos wash over him. He'd expected this. Planned for it. Eventually, Dumbledore raised his wand. A soft chime rang out, and silence fell. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carefully neutral. "These are extraordinary claims. The Griffin throne has been absent for centuries. The covenants you reference are historical curiosities, not binding law. With respect, Chief Warlock, that's not accurate." Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a scroll, Grimjaw's work, weeks of research condensed into a single document. The Treaty of Avalon, signed in the year 927, established the Griffin throne as guarantor of magical justice. That treaty was never repealed, never modified, never officially ended. It remains in force. The Griffin bloodline died out, the Griffin bloodline forgot. There's a difference. Harry unrolled the scroll. Article 7, Section 3, "The throne's authority shall persist so long as the blood persists, whether acknowledged or dormant. No mortal power may declare the covenant void, only the complete extinction of the Griffin line shall end the agreement." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you claim to be of that line?" "I don't claim it. I am it. The goblins have verified my blood. The covenant itself has accepted me. The ritual was performed at Gringotts, witnessed by Director Ragnarok himself." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. "You can dispute my politics, Chief Warlock. You cannot dispute my identity." A new voice cut through the tension. "This is absurd." Cornelius Fudge surged to his feet in the front row, his face purple with outrage. Harry had been briefed on the new minister. Fudge had been promoted since their last encounter, rising to the top position on a platform of stability and tradition. "We cannot allow a child to dictate terms to this body." Fudge sputtered. "The Griffin throne is a fairy tale, a legend, not a basis for legal action." "Then test it." Harry's voice was calm. "Refuse my demand. Deny the covenant. And see what happens." Silence fell again, heavier this time. Harry could see the calculations happening behind dozens of eyes, the political weighing, the risk assessment. "What exactly," a witch in the third row asked slowly, "do you mean by, see what happens?" "The Treaty of Avalon includes enforcement clauses. If the ministry violates its terms, certain consequences are automatically triggered." Harry smiled without warmth. "The goblins have been waiting a very long time for someone to invoke those clauses. I'm told they're quite eager to see them in action." The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. "You're threatening us," Fudge said. "A child, threatening the Ministry of Magic." "I'm informing you. There's a difference." Harry turned back to address the full Wizengamot. "Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial. That is a fact, documented in your own records. Under the Old Covenants, any person accused of crimes against the throne's interests is entitled to formal judgment. Sirius Black is my godfather, my legal guardian, the man who should have raised me. His fate is very much my interest. Black betrayed your parents, someone shouted from the upper tiers. Did he? Harry's voice cut through the growing noise. Was that ever proven? Was evidence ever presented? Was he ever given a chance to speak in his own defense? He let the questions hang. Or was he simply thrown into Azkaban because it was convenient, because someone needed to be blamed, because the ministry wanted the case closed? More murmurs, but different now. Uncomfortable. Harry could see doubt creeping into faces that had been certain moments ago. I'm not asking you to free him, Harry said. I'm asking you to try him. If he's guilty, prove it. Present your evidence, call your witnesses, demonstrate beyond doubt that Sirius Black betrayed the Potters. He paused. If you can. The challenge hung in the air. Dumbledore stirred in his seat. The Wizengamot will require time to consider this request. No. Harry's voice was flat. The Covenant doesn't allow for delays. Article 7, Section 5, demands for sovereign justice shall be heard within 7 days of their invocation, or the Covenant shall be considered violated. You have 1 week, Chief Warlock. Use it wisely. He turned and walked toward the exit. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. A word, if you please. In private, after the session. Harry looked back. The old wizard's face was unreadable, but something in his eyes had changed, the twinkle was gone, replaced by something more serious. Very well, Harry said. I'll wait. Dumbledore's office at the ministry was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected grandeur, the office of the chief warlock, the supreme mugwump, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Instead, he found a small, cluttered room filled with strange silver instruments, overflowing bookshelves, and a perch where a magnificent scarlet bird dozed. Please, sit. Dumbledore gestured to a chair across from his desk. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Wise choice. They're somewhat addictive. The old wizard settled into his own chair with a sigh. You've created quite a stir, Mr. Potter. The Wizengamot is in chaos. Cornelius is threatening to resign. Several pureblood families are already sending owls to Gringotts, trying to determine whose side they should be on. Good. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Good. The system is broken. Harry kept his voice level. A man was imprisoned for 7 years without trial. A child was left with abusive muggles because it was convenient. The magical world is fragmented, its peoples at each other's throats, because there's no one to hold the powerful accountable. He met Dumbledore's eyes. Yes, I want to create chaos. Chaos is the first step toward change. You sound very certain for someone so young. I've had good teachers. Goblin teachers. There was no judgment in Dumbledore's tone, just observation. They've been waiting for this moment for a very long time, haven't they? The return of the Griffin throne serves their interests. It serves everyone's interests. That's rather the point. Harry leaned forward. Why did you leave me with the Dursleys? The question landed like a stone in still water. Dumbledore's expression flickered, pain, guilt, something else harder to read. There were protections, he said quietly. Your mother's sacrifice created a shield, tied to her blood. As long as you lived with her sister, that protection would hold. It would keep you safe from those who wished you harm. And the harm they did themselves. The cupboard, the beatings, the starvation, did your protections cover that? Dumbledore closed his eyes. No. They didn't. Did you know? A long silence. Then, I suspected. I had reports, concerning reports, from those I asked to watch over you. But I convinced myself that the physical hardship was a price worth paying for the magical protection. That keeping you hidden from Voldemort's followers was more important than your comfort. Comfort. Harry's voice was cold. Is that what you call it? I was wrong. The words came out heavy, laden with a weight that seemed to bow Dumbledore's shoulders. I told myself I was protecting you, but I was really just managing the situation. Making decisions about your life without ever actually seeing you. He opened his eyes, and they were wet. I'm sorry, Harry. Truly sorry. Harry wanted to rage. Wanted to scream, to throw things, to make this old man understand exactly what his management had cost. But something in Dumbledore's face, the genuine remorse, the way he seemed to have aged a decade in the last few minutes, made the anger hard to hold on to. Sorry doesn't give me my childhood back, Harry said finally. Sorry doesn't undo 7 years of being told I was worthless, freakish, unwanted. No. It doesn't. So what happens now? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, gathering himself. I can't change the past. But I can try to help shape the future. He straightened in his chair. The trial for Sirius, I won't oppose it. I should have demanded 1 year ago. I knew something was wrong with the official story, but I let myself be convinced that pursuing it would cause too much disruption. Why? Because I was tired. Because the war had just ended, and people wanted peace, wanted closure, wanted someone to blame. And because, Dumbledore hesitated. Because I believed Peter Pettigrew was dead. If Sirius had killed him, then perhaps the other accusations were true as well. Peter's not dead. Dumbledore's head snapped up. What? Sirius told me. Peter was the real secret keeper, they switched at the last moment. He's the one who betrayed my parents, then faked his own death and framed Sirius. Harry watched Dumbledore's face carefully. You really didn't know? The old wizard looked genuinely shaken. I suspected the secret keeper arrangement wasn't what it appeared, but I assumed, he broke off, pressing a hand to his forehead. Merlin. I made assumptions, and a man has suffered for 7 years because of them. Then help me fix it. Dumbledore lowered his hand. Looked at Harry with new eyes, not the disappointed assessment of a mentor examining a wayward student, but something closer to respect. What do you need? Testimony. You were part of the Order of the Phoenix. You knew my parents, knew their friends, knew the circumstances of that night better than almost anyone. Your word carries weight with the Wizengamot. You want me to speak for Sirius's defense? I want you to speak the truth. Whatever that truth is. Harry stood. The trial is in 1 week. Think about what you actually know, not what you assumed, not what was convenient to believe, but what you know. And then decide whether justice matters more than comfort. He walked to the door, then paused. One more thing. The protections you mentioned, the ones tied to my mother's blood. Are they still active? Yes. As long as you call that house home, they should still function. I don't call it home. I never did. Harry's voice was soft, but something in it made the air in the room grow colder. The Dursleys were never my family. Gringotts is my home now. The goblins are my people. He looked back at Dumbledore. I hope your protections were worth what they cost. Because they're gone now, and they're not coming back. He left without waiting for a response. The week before the trial was chaos-contained. Harry barely slept. There were witnesses to prepare, documents to review, strategies to consider. Arcturus Black, too weak to appear in person, sent a constant stream of owls with advice, information, memories that might prove useful. Ragnarok assigned a team of goblin lawyers, a concept that still seemed strange to Harry, to handle the technical aspects of the case. And through it all, the Hollow King's shadow loomed. Harry felt it sometimes, in quiet moments, a pressure at the edge of his consciousness, a whisper just too soft to hear. The wards in Gringotts' deep vaults had been strengthened, but the goblins reported continued disturbances. Something was stirring down there, testing the barriers, probing for weakness. "The seal weakens faster than we anticipated," Ragnarok told him one evening. "Your awakening accelerated the process. The Hollow King can feel you now, your power, your growing strength. He's curious. Curious isn't dangerous. Curiosity becomes desire. Desire becomes action." Ragnarok's milky eyes were troubled. "He cannot reach you yet, not directly. But he has other ways of acting in the world. Servants cultivated over centuries. Whispers planted in vulnerable minds. You think he'll try to interfere with the trial? I think he'll try to interfere with everything. You are the only thing standing between him and freedom. Anything that weakens you, distracts you, undermines your position, all of it serves his purposes." Harry absorbed this. "Then we need to move faster. Build alliances. Strengthen my position before he can act." "Agreed. The trial is the first step. If you succeed, if you prove that the Griffin throne can deliver justice where the ministry failed, others will take notice." Ragnarok's smile was thin. "Power attracts power, Griffin Prince. Show them what you can do, and they will come." The morning of the trial dawned grey and cold. Harry stood in his chambers, dressed in formal robes even finer than those he'd worn to the Wizengamot. These were ancient Potter family robes, preserved in the vaults for centuries, now altered to fit his small frame. Gold and crimson, the colors of the Griffin throne, with actual Griffin feathers worked into the collar. "You look like a king," Sarah said. Harry turned. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression complicated. In the weeks since their first meeting, she'd become a constant presence, not a friend exactly, but something close to it. She was still prickly, still guarded, but she'd started seeking him out during meals, asking questions about his training, sharing small pieces of her own story. "I feel like a fraud." "Good. Frauds try harder." She pushed off the doorframe and walked toward him. "I heard the guards talking. There's been movement in the deep vaults. Something tried to breach the wards last night." Harry's stomach clenched. "The Hollow King? Maybe. Or something he controls." Sarah's dark eyes met his. "You need to win today, Harry. Not just for your godfather, for everything. If the Hollow King thinks you're weak, if he sees an opening, I know." "Do you?" "Because you look terrified." "I am terrified." Harry straightened his robes one final time. "But I'm going anyway." "That's what courage is, isn't it? Being afraid and doing it anyway." Sarah was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she reached out and squeezed his hand. "Don't die, Griffin Prince. You're the most interesting thing that's happened to me in years." Harry laughed despite himself. "I'll try." The courtroom was different from the Wizengamot chamber, smaller, more intimate, designed for actual trials rather than political theater. Wooden benches lined the walls for observers, and at the front stood two tables, one for the prosecution, one for the defense. Harry took his place at the defense table. Beside him sat a goblin named Goldtooth, Ragnarok's best legal mind, who would handle the actual courtroom procedure. Harry's role was symbolic, a reminder to everyone present of the authority under which this trial proceeded. The prosecution's table was occupied by a wizard Harry didn't recognize, thin, sharp-featured, with the hungry look of someone who enjoyed his work too much. "Bartemius Crouch," Goldtooth murmured. "Former head of magical law enforcement. He pushed hardest for Black's imprisonment without trial. This is personal for him." "Why?" "If Black is innocent, Crouch imprisoned an innocent man. His career, his reputation, everything he built, all of it crumbles." Harry studied Crouch. The man's face was rigid, controlled, but something burned behind his eyes. Desperation, maybe. Or conviction. He believes he was right, Harry realized. He needs to believe it. The chamber's doors opened, and the observers filed in. Harry spotted familiar faces, Arcturus Black, somehow strong enough to attend despite his illness, supported by house elves. Marcus Webb, the DMLE official who'd shown unexpected sympathy at their first meeting. Dumbledore, taking a seat in the front row, his expression grave. And others. Pure-blood lords and ladies, ministry officials, reporters with quick quotes, quills already scratching. The trial of Sirius Black had become the event of the season. Finally, another door opened, and Sirius was led in. He looked better than he had in Azkaban. Someone had cleaned him up, given him fresh robes, trimmed his matted hair. But his eyes still held that wild, haunted quality, and he moved like someone who'd forgotten how to walk among people. When he saw Harry, something shifted in his face. A spark of hope, quickly suppressed. Harry gave him a small nod. "I'm here. We're doing this." Sirius nodded back, and took his place in the chair at the defense table. The chief warlock, not Dumbledore for this proceeding, but an ancient witch named Griselda Marchbanks, called the chamber to order. "We are assembled to hear the case of the Ministry of Magic versus Sirius Orion Black, accused of the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the murder of Peter Pettigrew, and the murder of 12 Muggles. This trial proceeds under the clause of sovereign justice, invoked by Harry James Potter, heir to the Griffin throne." She paused, her sharp eyes scanning the room. "Let the record show that this trial is 7 years overdue. Let us hope that justice, though delayed, may yet be served. Mr. Crouch, you may present the prosecution's case." Crouch rose, his movements precise. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. The prosecution's case is simple. On the night of October 31, 1981, the defendant, he pointed at Sirius, revealed the location of James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord Voldemort, enabling their murder. He then hunted down the only witness to his betrayal, Peter Pettigrew, and killed him, along with 12 innocent Muggles, using a curse that left only Pettigrew's finger behind." Objection. Goldtooth's voice was mild. "The prosecution states these events as facts, but they have never been proven. The defendant was never given an opportunity to present his side." Marchbanks nodded. "Sustained. Mr. Crouch, please present evidence, not conclusions." Crouch's jaw tightened. "Very well. The prosecution calls its first witness, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic." Fudge made his way to the witness stand, looking uncomfortable. Under questioning, he described arriving at the scene of Pettigrew's alleged death, the crater in the street, the bodies of the Muggles, Sirius standing in the middle of it all, laughing. "And what did the defendant say when you apprehended him?" Crouch asked. "He kept saying, 'I killed them,' over and over. It's my fault." "Thank you, Minister. No further questions." Goldtooth rose for cross-examination. "Minister Fudge, did the defendant specifically say he killed Peter Pettigrew?" "He said, 'I killed them.'" "I assumed, did he say the names of those he allegedly killed?" "No, but, is it possible he was referring to the Potters? Expressing guilt over their deaths without necessarily claiming direct responsibility?" Fudge frowned. "I suppose, but, did anyone at the scene investigate what curse caused the explosion?" "Well, we assumed, did anyone examine the defendant's wand to determine what spells he had cast that evening?" "There wasn't time, the situation was, did anyone consider that the defendant might have been in shock? That his statements might not have been a confession, but an expression of grief and self-blame? Now see here, no further questions." Goldtooth returned to his seat, leaving Fudge sputtering. The trial continued. Crouch called more witnesses, Aurors who had been at the scene, ministry officials who had processed Sirius's imprisonment. Each time, Goldtooth's cross-examination revealed the same pattern: assumptions treated as facts, procedures skipped, conclusions reached before evidence was gathered. By midday, the observers were murmuring to each other, doubt visible on many faces. "The prosecution rests," Crouch said finally, his voice tight. "Very well." Marchbanks turned to the defense table. "You may present your case." Harry stood. A ripple of surprise went through the chamber. Everyone had expected Goldtooth to continue. Instead, the Griffin Prince himself walked to the center of the room. "The defense calls its first witness," Harry said clearly. "Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore took the witness stand with the air of a man walking to his execution. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry began, "you were leader of the Order of the Phoenix during the war against Voldemort. You knew James and Lily Potter personally, is that correct?" "It is." "And you knew of the Fidelius charm they used to protect themselves? The charm that required a secret keeper?" "Yes. The Fidelius is an immensely powerful protection. As long as the secret keeper remains faithful, those hidden under the charm cannot be found." "Who did you believe was the Potter's secret keeper?" Dumbledore hesitated. "At the time, I believed it was Sirius Black." "But you weren't certain?" "No. The Potters were understandably secretive about the arrangement. They didn't want anyone to know who held their location, not even me." "So you assumed Sirius was the secret keeper because he was their closest friend?" "Yes. But that assumption was never confirmed?" "No. It wasn't." Harry let the admission hang in the air for a moment. "Professor, you said the Potters didn't want anyone to know who the secret keeper was. Why do you think that was?" Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "Because they feared there was a spy in our ranks. Someone passing information to Voldemort." "Did they have any suspects?" "James told me once," Dumbledore's voice caught. "He told me he was worried about Peter Pettigrew. That Peter had been acting strangely, disappearing without explanation, seeming frightened all the time." The chamber went very quiet. "James suspected Peter," Harry repeated. "And yet, when the Potters died, no one investigated whether Peter might have been the real secret keeper?" "No. I assumed, that Sirius's behavior at the scene was confirmation of his guilt. And Peter was declared dead before anyone could question him." "Declared dead, but never proven dead. Only a finger was found." "Yes. Is there any spell that would allow a wizard to sever his own finger and escape, leaving it behind as evidence of death?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes. The reductor curse, aimed at the ground, could create an explosion large enough to cover an escape. The wizard would need to cut off his own finger beforehand, painful, but not impossible. And if that wizard was an unregistered animagus, capable of transforming into a small animal, he could have escaped in the chaos. Hidden in the sewers. Disappeared completely." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "And we would never have known." Harry turned to face the chamber. "The defense has obtained evidence that Peter Pettigrew was, in fact, an unregistered animagus, capable of transforming into a rat. This evidence comes from Remus Lupin, another of my parents' friends, who witnessed Peter's ability firsthand during their school years." He held up a sealed document. "We also have a sworn statement from Sirius Black himself, explaining the events of that night, how he and the Potters decided to switch secret keepers at the last moment, choosing Peter because no one would suspect him, how Sirius realized after the attack that Peter had betrayed them, how he tracked Peter down only to have Peter fake his own death and frame Sirius." "This is hearsay." Crouch was on his feet. "The defendant's own statement proves nothing." "Then let's prove it another way." Harry turned back to the witness stand. "Professor Dumbledore, you testified that you never confirmed who the Potter's secret keeper actually was. Is there a way to determine that now, 7 years after the fact? The Fidelius charm creates a bond between the secret keeper and the location protected. That bond leaves traces in both parties, magical residue that can be detected with the right spells." Dumbledore's voice strengthened. "If Sirius was the secret keeper, his magical signature would still carry those traces. If he wasn't, it wouldn't. Would you be willing to perform that detection spell here, in front of the Wizengamot? Dumbledore stood. I would. He raised his wand, spoke a long incantation in Latin, and a golden light flowed from the wand's tip toward Sirius. The light touched Sirius, and passed through him without effect. No reaction. No traces. Nothing. Sirius Black was not the secret keeper, Dumbledore said, his voice ringing through the chamber. The magic is clear. Someone else held that role. Chaos erupted. It took 10 minutes for Marchbanks to restore order. When she finally managed it, her face was grim. The evidence presented raises serious doubts about the defendant's guilt. However, this body cannot declare innocence without proving an alternative explanation for the events of October 31, 1981. Then let me provide one. Harry stepped forward again. The defense asserts that Peter Pettigrew was the true secret keeper. That he betrayed my parents to Voldemort. That when Sirius confronted him, Peter faked his own death, killed 12 Muggles to cover his escape, and has been in hiding ever since, possibly in his rat form. And can you prove any of this? Crouch demanded. Not the escape itself, no. But I can prove that Peter Pettigrew isn't dead. Harry turned to the chamber doors. The defense calls its final witness, Remus John Lupin. The doors opened, and a tired-looking man with gray-streaked hair entered the chamber. He walked slowly, as if every step cost him something, but his eyes were clear and determined. Mr. Lupin, Harry said, you were friends with Peter Pettigrew at Hogwarts, correct? Yes. We were in the same friend group, me, Peter, James, and Sirius. We called ourselves the Marauders. And you were all unregistered animagi? Gasps from the observers. Lupin winced, but nodded. Yes. James became a stag, Sirius a dog, and Peter became a rat. Would you recognize Peter in his rat form? Anywhere. He had distinctive markings, and he was missing a toe on his front paw. Lupin's voice hardened. The same toe that was found at the scene of his alleged death. Mr. Lupin, have you seen Peter Pettigrew since October 1981? Yes. The word dropped like a stone. 2 months ago, I was visiting a friend's family. They had a pet rat, an old rat, much older than normal rats live. And it was missing a toe. The chamber exploded again. Where is this rat now? Marchbanks demanded when order was restored. Here. Lupin reached into his robes and withdrew a cage containing a fat, trembling rat. I took it, telling the family it had died. But I couldn't force the transformation myself, I needed legal authority. That's why I brought it here. He set the cage on a table in the center of the chamber. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, would you do the honors? Dumbledore stepped forward, his face pale. He raised his wand, pointed it at the cage, and spoke a single word, Homorphous. The rat began to change. It squeaked, it writhed, and then it grew, limbs elongating, fur receding, features reforming into something horribly familiar. Within seconds, a short, balding man crouched on the table, blinking in the sudden light. Peter Pettigrew, Marchbanks breathed. And then Peter tried to run. He lunged for the nearest exit, moving with desperate speed, but Harry was faster. The Griffin power surged through him, sharpening his reflexes, and he was between Peter and the door before the traitor had taken 3 steps. Going somewhere? Harry asked softly. Peter's watery eyes darted around the room, seeking escape. Finding none. His face crumpled. Please, you don't understand, the Dark Lord would have killed me, I had no choice, there's always a choice. Harry's voice was cold. My parents made theirs. Sirius made his. Even Dumbledore, in his failures, made choices he now regrets. You're the only one who chose betrayal. I was afraid. So was everyone. Harry stepped closer, and Peter flinched back. But they faced their fear. You fed it. You let it consume you until there was nothing left but a rat. Horrors were moving now, surrounding Peter, wands raised. He had nowhere to go. Peter Pettigrew, Marchbanks declared, her voice cutting through the chaos, you are under arrest for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the framing of Sirius Black, and the murder of 12 Muggles. You will be held for trial by this body. She turned to Sirius, who sat frozen at the defense table, tears streaming down his face. Sirius Oran Black, in light of the evidence presented today, all charges against you are hereby dismissed. You are free to go. The chamber erupted one final time, not in confusion, but in something closer to celebration. Harry stood in the middle of it all, Peter cowering at his feet, and felt the weight of what he'd accomplished settle onto his shoulders. One battle won, he thought. But the war is just beginning. The aftermath of the trial was a whirlwind. Reporters surrounded Harry outside the courtroom, shouting questions, demanding statements. Goldtooth and Silverclaw formed a protective barrier, guiding him through the chaos to a private chamber where Ragnarok waited. Well done, Griffin Prince. The director's voice was warm with approval. You've made quite the impression. It doesn't feel like enough. Harry collapsed into a chair. Peter's caught, Sirius is free, but none of that changes what the Hollow King is doing. Every day he gets stronger while I'm playing political games. Political games are how empires fall and rise. Never underestimate their importance. Ragnarok moved to stand before him. But you're right that we cannot afford to focus solely on human politics. The disturbances in the deep vaults have intensified. The entity there is growing bolder. What can we do? For now, strengthen the wards. Keep watching. And continue your training. Ragnarok's milky eyes were serious. The Hollow King cannot be fought with politics alone. When he moves, and he will move, you must be ready to face him directly. I'm 8 years old. The last Griffin King was 23 when he sealed the Hollow King away, and he barely succeeded. Age is not the determining factor, power is. And power can be developed. Before Harry could respond, the door burst open. Sirius stood there, looking like he'd run through half the ministry to find this room. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. I never got to, I wanted to say. He crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug. It was awkward, Harry still wasn't used to being touched with kindness, but something in him relaxed into it anyway. This was his godfather. His family. The man who had loved his parents, who had suffered for a crime he didn't commit, who was finally free. Thank you, Sirius whispered. I don't know how you did it, but thank you. It's what family does, Harry said quietly. At least, it's what family should do. Sirius pulled back, holding Harry at arm's length to look at him. You're remarkable. Do you know that? James and Lily would be so proud. I hope so. I know so. Sirius's eyes were wet, but he was smiling. Now, your director mentioned training. Whatever you're learning, whatever you're preparing for, I want to help. I've spent 7 years being useless. Time to change that. Harry looked at Ragnarok, who nodded slowly. Sirius Black may have his uses, the director admitted. He was trained as an Auror before his imprisonment, and the Black family library contains knowledge that even Gringotts lacks. If he is willing to commit fully to the Griffin Prince's service. I am. Sirius's voice was firm. Whatever it takes. Whatever you need. I owe Harry everything, and I mean to repay it. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. For the first time since this madness began, he didn't feel quite so alone. Welcome to the fight, he said. It's going to get ugly. Sirius grinned, a wild, fierce expression that transformed his gaunt face. Good. I've been dying for a proper scrap. The celebration of Sirius's freedom lasted 3 days. Arcturus Black, despite his failing health, hosted a gathering at the family estate, carefully warded, thoroughly vetted, but still an event of considerable significance. For the first time in years, the Black family presented a united front, Arcturus, Sirius, and through alliance, Harry himself. The other houses are watching, Arcturus told Harry on the second evening. They stood on a balcony overlooking the estate's grounds, the old wizard leaning heavily on his cane. Longbottom, Bones, Abbott, the families that might have opposed you are reconsidering. You've shown that the Griffin throne delivers results. Results won't mean much if the Hollow King breaks free. No. But they buy you time and allies. Arcturus's grey eyes studied Harry. You've grown, Griffin Prince. Barely 3 months since your awakening, and already you carry yourself differently. The boy who came to Gringotts was a survivor. The young man I see now is becoming a leader. I don't feel like a leader. No one who's worthy of leadership ever does. Arcturus coughed, a wet sound that spoke of lungs failing. My time grows short. Weeks, perhaps. A month if I'm fortunate. Is there nothing? Healers have done what they can. Magic has limits, even for the wealthy. Arcturus smiled thinly. But I've accomplished what I needed to. Sirius is free. The Black name has a chance to survive with honor. And you have everything House Black can offer. I'll use it well. See that you do. Arcturus gripped Harry's shoulder with surprising strength. The darkness is coming, Griffin Prince. I can feel it, a cold wind from somewhere beyond. Whatever your ancestor sealed away, it's waking. And when it fully emerges. He trailed off, shaking his head. I almost wish I could live to see the battle. Almost. Why only almost? Because I'm old enough to know that such battles rarely have happy endings. The last Griffin King won, but it cost him everything. Arcturus's eyes were distant. I pray your victory, when it comes, costs less. But I'm not foolish enough to believe it will. The attack came on the night of the third day. Harry woke to screaming. He was on his feet before his mind fully registered the transition from sleep to waking, the Griffin power surging through him, sharpening his senses. The screaming came from below, the main hall, and mixed with it were sounds of battle, spell fire, crashing furniture, and something else. A sound like stone grinding against stone. Like continents shifting. He's here, Harry thought, and the certainty was cold as ice. Not fully. Not directly. But something of him. He sprinted through corridors already filling with smoke. Black family guards ran past him, headed toward the conflict. Sirius appeared from a side passage, wand drawn, face set. What's happening? Something breached the wards. Multiple somethings. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm. We need to get you out, no. Harry pulled free. If this is about me, running won't help. It'll just make things worse. Harry, I'm not a child to be protected, Sirius. I'm the Griffin Prince. The title felt strange in his mouth, but also right. Let me do what I was born for. They reached the main hall together. It was carnage. Creatures that defied description flowed through broken windows, things of shadow and teeth, with too many limbs and eyes that burned with cold fire. Black family retainers fought desperately, but for every creature they cut down, 2 more emerged from the darkness. And at the center of it all stood a figure. It looked almost human, a tall man in robes of absolute darkness, his face hidden beneath a hood. But Harry could feel the wrongness radiating from it, the sense of something vast and terrible compressed into human form. Avatar, his Griffin knowledge supplied. A vessel for a greater power. Not the Hollow King himself, but a piece of him, a shard of consciousness given flesh. The Avatar turned. Looked directly at Harry. And smiled. Griffin Prince. The voice was like grinding stone, like dying stars, like everything wrong with the world-given sound. How delightful. I had hoped you would come to play. I know what you are. Harry stepped forward, the Griffin power blazing inside him. A fragment. A puppet. The real Hollow King is still sealed. For now. But seals weaken. And every death tonight, the Avatar gestured at the ongoing battle, feeds the breaking. Blood spilled near the Griffin Prince's allies. Terror in hearts that should feel safe. It all adds up. Harry understood then. This wasn't an assassination attempt. It was a ritual. A sacrifice designed to weaken the bonds that held the Hollow King. Sirius. He shouted without turning. Get everyone out. The fighting is what he wants, every death makes him stronger. But the creatures, I'll handle the creatures. Just go. Sirius hesitated for only a moment. Then he was moving, shouting orders, organizing a retreat. Harry turned back to the Avatar. You think you can stop me alone, little prince? The Avatar's smile widened. Your ancestor needed all his power and his very life to seal me away. You are a child playing at kingship. Maybe. Harry reached inside himself, found the burning core of Griffin fire, and pulled. But I'm a child with nothing left to lose. The transformation ripped through him. Golden feathers erupted. Bones reshaped. In seconds, Harry was gone, replaced by something larger, fiercer, burning with power that made the shadow creatures recoil. The royal griffin spread its wings and screamed defiance. The battle was chaos. Harry, the griffin, moved through the shadow creatures like fire through dry grass. Talons that could shred steel tore through darkness given form. Wings buffeted enemies with winds that carried the heat of summer sun. And everywhere he passed, the creatures burned, unable to withstand the light that blazed from his golden form. But there were so many. For every creature he destroyed, more emerged from the shadows. The Avatar watched from the center of the hall, seemingly unconcerned, as if the loss of its servants meant nothing. He's stalling, Harry realized. Keeping me occupied while the ritual completes. He abandoned the lesser creatures and charged the Avatar directly. The impact was like hitting a wall of frozen space. Harry's talons scraped against darkness that couldn't be cut. The Avatar's laughter filled the hall. Did you think it would be so easy? I am a fragment of the Hollow King. The darkness that devours stars. The void that existed before creation itself. Your light is impressive, little Griffin, but it is nothing against the eternal night. The shadow struck back. Tendrils of darkness wrapped around Harry's wings, his legs, his throat. Cold beyond cold seeped into his bones. He felt his strength failing, his light dimming. I can't win this, he thought. Not alone. Not like this. But he wasn't alone. A blast of silver light struck the Avatar from behind. Sirius, defying orders, wand blazing with the most powerful Patronus Harry had ever seen, a massive dog that tore into the darkness with joyful fury. You wanted to hurt my godson? Sirius snarled. Try me first, you void-faced bastard. The Avatar turned, distracted. The pressure on Harry eased. He tore free and struck again, this time finding purchase. His talons sank into the Avatar's shoulder, and something that might have been blood, black and smoking, poured from the wound. The Avatar screamed. More spells came, not just Sirius now, but others. Arcturus, somehow on his feet, casting curses that smelled of centuries of dark knowledge turned against itself. Remus Lupin, arrived with reinforcements from Dumbledore's network. Even Silverclaw, wielding goblin battle magic that crackled with barely contained fury. Together, they pushed the Avatar back. This isn't over, the Avatar howled as the shadows around it began to unravel. The seal breaks. The king rises. When he is free, all your little victories will mean nothing. Harry struck one final time, driving his talons through the Avatar's chest. The darkness exploded outward, then collapsed inward, taking the Avatar with it. The remaining shadow creatures dissolved into wisps of cold mist. Silence fell. Harry transformed back, crashing to his knees as exhaustion hit like a physical blow. Sirius was there in an instant, catching him, holding him up. "You're insane," Sirius said. His voice was shaking. "Absolutely insane. That was incredible. That was just a fragment." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "A piece. The real thing is so much worse. Then we'll face it together." Sirius's grip tightened. "All of us. Whatever it takes." Harry looked around the ruined hall, at the survivors helping each other, at Arcturus sitting pale and trembling against a wall, at Silverclaw already organizing triage for the wounded. At all these people who had fought beside him, bled beside him, risked everything because they believed in what he represented. This is what the Griffin throne was for, he thought. Not ruling over people. Standing with them. Fighting beside them. Together, he agreed. That's the only way we survive this. In the depths below Gringotts, in a prison of shadow and sacrifice, something ancient stirred. The Avatar was gone, destroyed, dispersed, returned to the void from which it had been shaped. A setback, but only that. Setbacks were temporary. The child is stronger than anticipated, the Hollow King mused. He rallies others to his cause. He fights with a courage that reminds me of his ancestor. But courage wasn't enough. Aldrich Potter had been courageous too, and he had died in the ceiling, his power spent, his bloodline diminished. The current child was a pale shadow of what the Griffin Kings had once been. Still, the Hollow King admitted, he grows quickly. Too quickly. If I wait for the seal to break naturally, he may become a genuine threat. Time to accelerate the process. Time to stop testing and start acting. The Hollow King reached out through the cracks in his prison, touching minds that had been prepared over centuries. Servants who didn't even know they served. Weapons that had been sharpened in secret, waiting for this moment. The Griffin Prince has won his first battle, the Hollow King thought. Let us see how he handles the second. Deep in the darkness, something began to move. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Trial of Shadows. 3 months had passed since the attack on the Black Estate. Harry stood at the window of his chambers in Gringotts, watching the magical representation of London spread out below. Dawn painted the city in shades of gold and rose, but Harry barely saw it. His mind was elsewhere, on the reports that had been flooding in all week, on the patterns that were becoming impossible to ignore. Disappearances. 14 in the last month alone, all from old magical families, all with ties to the Griffin throne's historical allies. No bodies, no evidence, no witnesses. Just empty rooms and confused house elves who couldn't explain where their masters had gone. You're brooding again. Harry turned. Sarah stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression caught between concern and irritation. At 11 now, she'd grown taller, her dark hair longer, her sharp features settling into something that would one day be striking. The months of training with goblin warriors had given her a predator's economy of movement. I'm thinking. Same thing, the way you do it. She walked into the room, dropping into a chair with the casual grace that came from knowing exactly what her body could do. Silverclaw sent me. The council meeting starts in an hour, and Ragnarok wants you prepared. I'm always prepared. You're always worried. Different thing. Sarah studied him. The disappearances. They're connected. They have to be. All these families, all with historical ties to the Griffin throne, all vanishing within weeks of each other. Harry shook his head. The Hollow King is moving pieces. I just can't see the board. Maybe that's the point. Keep you reacting instead of acting. Harry looked at her sharply. Sarah had a way of cutting to the heart of things that still surprised him sometimes. Go on. Every time something happens, you respond. The attack on the Black Estate, you fought. The political challenges in the Wiesengemot, you maneuvered. The disappearances, you investigate. She shrugged. You're always one step behind. Playing his game instead of your own. What would you suggest? Stop waiting for him to make moves. Make your own. Sarah's dark eyes glittered. You're the Griffin Prince. Start acting like it. Before Harry could respond, the door opened again. Sirius entered, looking healthier than he had in months. Regular meals, proper rest, and the simple fact of freedom had done wonders for him. The gaunt desperation of Azkaban had faded, replaced by something sharper, more dangerous. Council's gathering early, he said. Ragnar's received something. He wouldn't say what, but his face looked like someone had declared war. Harry exchanged a glance with Sarah. Then we'd better not keep them waiting. The council chamber deep within Gringotts had become familiar over the past months. Harry had spent countless hours here, learning the intricacies of goblin politics, forging alliances, building the foundation for what he hoped would become a restored Griffin throne. Today, the chamber felt different. Tense. The goblin councillors sat rigid in their seats, their usual sharp humor absent. Ragnar stood at the head of the table, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the ancient director looked genuinely shaken. Griffin Prince. Ragnar's voice was formal, stripped of its usual warmth. Thank you for coming quickly. What's happened? Instead of answering, Ragnar gestured to a goblin warrior standing by the door. The warrior stepped forward and placed something on the table, a small box of black iron, covered in symbols that made Harry's eyes water when he tried to focus on them. This was delivered an hour ago, Ragnar said. It bypassed every ward we have. Simply appeared in my private office. Harry's blood ran cold. The Hollow King. We believe so. The magic used to transport it is ancient. Predating even our oldest records. Ragnar's milky eyes fixed on Harry. It's addressed to you. Harry approached the box slowly. The symbols crawled across its surface like living things, and even from a distance, he could feel the wrongness radiating from it. The Griffin power stirred inside him, not quite alarmed but definitely alert. What's inside? We don't know. We didn't want to open it without you present. Ragnar paused. We weren't certain we could open it. Harry reached out his hand. The moment his fingers touched the iron, the symbols flared, not with light, but with darkness, an absence of illumination that somehow still burned. The box clicked open. Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a finger. A human finger, severed cleanly at the knuckle. And wrapped around it, a ring that Harry recognized from his studies of old Potter family records. A ring that had belonged to his grandfather. His stomach lurched. There's a note. Sirius's voice was tight. He reached past Harry and extracted a folded piece of parchment from beneath the velvet. Harry took it with hands that didn't quite shake and unfolded it. The writing was elegant, almost beautiful, but reading it felt like dragging his eyes across broken glass. Griffin Prince, by now you have no doubt noticed the disappearances. 14 families, 14 bloodlines, 14 threads in the tapestry your ancestors wove. I have collected them. They live, for now. Their continued existence depends entirely on you. I offer a trade. Your life for theirs. Surrender yourself to my servants before the next full moon, and I will release them unharmed. Refuse, and I will consume them one by one, using their deaths to shatter what remains of my prison. The finger belongs to Edgar Bones. He was the first to resist. He will not be the last. I look forward to meeting you in person, little king. We have much to discuss about the nature of sovereignty. The Hollow King. Harry read the letter twice. 3 times. The words didn't change, didn't become less horrible with repetition. He has hostages, he said. His voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. 14 people. He'll kill them if I don't surrender. It's a trap. Silverclaw's voice was sharp. Obviously a trap. You can't seriously be considering 14 people. Harry looked up at the council. 14 innocent people who are suffering because of me. Because the Hollow King sees them as leverage against me. And if you surrender, what then? Ragnar's voice was hard. You think he'll honor his word? Release the hostages and let them go free? He's a monster older than nations, Griffin Prince. His promises are worthless. I know. Harry set the letter down carefully, as if it might bite. But I can't just let them die. You can't save them by dying yourself. Sarah stepped forward, her face fierce. That's not heroism, Harry. That's stupidity. Then what? What am I supposed to do? The words came out louder than Harry intended. Sit here and wait while he murders people. Write their families condolence letters explaining that their loved ones died because I refused to negotiate with their captor. The chamber fell silent. Harry closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe. The Griffin power churned inside him, responding to his emotional turmoil, and he had to clamp down hard to prevent an involuntary transformation. I'm sorry, he said after a moment. I didn't mean to shout. You're allowed to shout, Sirius said quietly. You're allowed to be angry. But Sarah's right, surrendering isn't an option. There has to be another way. The letter mentioned servants. Ragnar had recovered his composure, his voice thoughtful now. The Hollow King cannot act directly, not yet. He operates through agents, through avatars, through those who serve him willingly or not. So we find the servants, Harry said slowly. Track them back to wherever he's keeping the hostages. How? We've been searching for weeks. The disappearances left no trail. Because we've been searching in the wrong places. Harry's mind was racing now, pieces clicking together. We've been looking for magical signatures, for evidence of dark magic. But the Hollow King's power is old, older than our detection methods. We need to think differently. What do you have in mind? Harry picked up the ring that had come with the finger. It was cold against his palm, but beneath the chill, he could feel something else. A pulse, faint but present. A connection. Family magic, he said. The ring belonged to my grandfather. It carries Potter blood, Potter history. And somewhere out there, Edgar Bones is wearing a ring from his own family. Maybe, he hesitated, testing the idea, maybe I can use the connection. Reach out through the blood, find where he's being held. That's blood magic. Silverclaw's voice was careful. Dangerous. Unpredictable. The goblins abandoned such practices centuries ago. The Griffin lords didn't. Harry looked at Ragnar. I've read the histories. My ancestors used blood to bind oaths, to seal treaties, to track enemies across continents. If anyone can do this, I can. Ragnar was quiet for a long moment. Then, it would require a ritual. One we haven't performed in generations. The risks are considerable. So are the stakes. Harry set the ring down on the table. 14 people, Ragnar. I can't abandon them. I won't. The director studied him with those milky ancient eyes. Your ancestor said something similar, before he faced the Hollow King. He was willing to risk everything to protect those he'd sworn to serve. He paused. I pray you're luckier than he was. I'm not planning on luck. Harry met Ragnar's gaze steadily. I'm planning on winning. The ritual chamber was deeper in Gringotts than Harry had ever been. The air here was thick with old magic, the kind that had soaked into the stone over millennia. Crystals embedded in the walls glowed with a soft blue light that seemed to pulse in time with Harry's heartbeat. At the chamber's center sat a basin of black marble, filled with liquid that looked like mercury but moved like something alive. The sanguine pool, Thornroot explained. She'd been working for 3 days straight to prepare the chamber, and exhaustion lined her face. It responds to blood, any blood, and can be used to forge connections across vast distances. But it's temperamental. Hungry. If your will wavers during the ritual, it'll consume me. It'll try. Your Griffin nature should offer some protection, but even so, the risks are real. Thornroot handed him a small silver knife. You'll need to add your blood to the pool. 7 drops, no more, no less. Then focus on what you want to find, the hostages, their location, anything that connects them. And then we hope your will is stronger than whatever's holding them. Harry took the knife. Sirius and Sarah stood at the chamber's edge, watching, unable to participate but unwilling to leave. Their presence was a comfort, even if they couldn't help. If something goes wrong, Harry said quietly, don't try to pull me out. The backlash would kill you. Nothing's going to go wrong. Sirius's voice was firm, but his eyes betrayed his fear. But if it does? Harry met his godfather's gaze. Promise me. Get Sarah out, get yourself out, and keep fighting. The Griffin throne can't die with me. Sirius opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Nodded once, sharply. Just don't die, Sarah said. Her voice was rough. You still owe me a rematch. Harry smiled despite everything. I'll hold you to that. He turned to the pool. The liquid surface was perfectly still, reflecting nothing, revealing nothing. Harry could feel its awareness, the ancient magic bound into this place, waiting, watching, hungry. This wasn't like anything he'd attempted before. This wasn't Griffin fire or transformation or even the covenant he'd accepted all those months ago. This was something older. Wilder. More dangerous. He raised the knife and drew it across his palm. Blood welled, crimson against his skin. Harry held his hand over the pool and let the drops fall. 1. The pool rippled. 2. The blue crystals flickered. 3. The temperature dropped sharply. 4. The liquid began to glow. 5. Harry felt something reach up from the depths, curious and cold. 6. The connection snapped into place like a hook through his soul. 7. The world dissolved. Harry floated in darkness. Not the absence of light, something more absolute, more fundamental. The void between stars. The space before creation. He had no body here, no form, just awareness stretching out in all directions. Find them, he told himself. Focus on the hostages. Find where they're being held. He reached out through the blood connection, following the threads that linked him to his family, to his ancestors, to everyone who had ever carried the Griffin legacy. The pool amplified his reach, extending it beyond normal limits, beyond what should have been possible. He sensed 14 points of light in the darkness. 14 lives, bound and contained, their terror a constant hum in the void. Harry moved toward them, pulling himself through the nothing, following the thread. Closer. Closer. He could almost see, ah. There you are. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Ancient, amused, predatory. I wondered how long it would take you to try something like this. Blood magic, how delightfully old-fashioned. Your ancestors would be proud. Harry's awareness sharpened. The Hollow King, or some fragment of him, was here in the void with him. I know what you're doing, Harry thought back. Using the hostages as bait. Hoping I'll do something stupid. Is that what I'm doing? The amusement in the voice deepened. Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply wanted to talk. We've never really had a proper conversation, you and I. I don't want to talk to you. Understandable. But consider, you're already here, in my domain, touching powers you barely comprehend. You might as well make the most of it. Harry felt the attention pressing against him, vast and cold and genuinely curious. You're interesting, the Hollow King continued. Different from your ancestors. They were warriors, every one of them, proud, fierce, utterly convinced of their own righteousness. You have that fire, yes, but you also have something they lacked. What? Doubt. You question yourself. Your methods, your choices, whether you're doing the right thing. They never questioned. They simply acted, secure in their conviction that the throne made them right. A pause. Their certainty made them strong. But it also made them blind. You're trying to manipulate me. Of course I am. That doesn't mean I'm lying. The presence shifted, circling Harry's awareness like a shark around prey. I've watched your kind for millennia, little king. I've seen Griffin lords rise and fall, each one absolutely certain that they were different, that they would succeed where others failed. None of them did. None of them even came close. My ancestor sealed you away. And died doing it. Sacrificed everything, his power, his bloodline's legacy, his very soul, to create chains that were always meant to break. The Hollow King's voice dropped lower. Do you know why he couldn't kill me? Why sealing was the best he could manage? Harry didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough. Because I'm right. The words hit like physical blows. The magical world is chaos. It's always been chaos, wars and prejudice and hatred and fear, endless cycles of destruction that accomplish nothing. I offered order. Stability. Peace through strength. And your ancestor chose chaos over peace because he couldn't stomach the cost of true order. The cost was slavery, Harry shot back. Control over every living thing. That's not peace, that's a prison. Is it? The Hollow King sounded genuinely curious. Tell me, little king, what do you think will happen if you defeat me? If you restore the Griffin throne to its full glory? The magical world will bow to you, accept your authority, follow your laws. How is that different from what I offered? I don't want to control people. I want to protect them. Protection requires control. Order requires hierarchy. You can't have one without the other. The presence pressed closer. You'll learn this, in time. All rulers do. The only question is whether you'll be strong enough to accept it or whether you'll break under the weight of your own contradictions. Harry felt the void beginning to shift around him, the Hollow King's attention focusing with new intensity. But we can discuss philosophy later. Right now, you're looking for my guests. Let me help you find them. Before Harry could react, the darkness parted, and he saw a cavern, vast and lightless, somewhere deep beneath the earth. 14 people chained to crystal pillars that pulsed with sickly green light. Their faces were slack, their eyes vacant, but their chests still rose and fell. Alive. Barely. And standing among them, watching, a figure Harry recognized. Lucius Malfoy. The blonde wizard moved between the pillars, checking the chains, adjusting the crystals. His face was pale, his movements mechanical, his eyes glazed with the unmistakable blankness of someone under Imperius, or something worse. Ah, yes. Mr. Malfoy has been most helpful. The Hollow King's voice dripped satisfaction. He thought he was so clever, pledging his surface loyalty to your throne while keeping his true allegiances hidden. He never realized that the darkness he served had already claimed him. A useful tool, if limited. You're controlling him. Guiding him. There's a difference. The presence withdrew slightly. Now you know where they are. The Malfoy family mines, beneath their estate. Deep enough that even goblin senses can't detect them. You could mount a rescue, I suppose. Storm the fortress, free the prisoners, the whole heroic package. You're letting me see this. Why? Because it doesn't matter. The Hollow King's voice was cold now, all pretense of amusement gone. You can't win, little king. Even if you free the hostages, even if you defeat my servant, even if you do everything right, I am inevitable. The seal breaks a little more every day. By the next full moon, I will be free, and all your little victories will mean nothing. Then why bother with the hostages at all? Entertainment. The void began to close around Harry, the vision fading. And education. I want you to understand, before the end, exactly how futile your resistance is. You can save these 14, perhaps, but you can't save the world. You can't even save yourself. The darkness pressed in, suffocating. Run along now, little king. Mount your rescue. Play the hero. I'll be watching. The connection snapped. Harry came back to himself gasping, collapsed on the floor of the ritual chamber, the pool dark and still beside him. Harry. Sirius was there immediately, helping him up. What happened? You were under for almost an hour, I found them. Harry's voice was hoarse. The Malfoy mines. Beneath the estate. Lucius is involved, controlled somehow, but definitely involved. Malfoy? Silverclaw's voice was sharp. That would explain certain irregularities in our intelligence. The Hollow King spoke to me. Harry accepted a glass of water from Thornroot, drank deeply. He's playing games. He wanted me to find the hostages. A trap, then. Obviously. But the hostages are real. I saw them, 14 people, chained to some kind of crystal pillars, barely alive. Harry stood, steadier now. We have to get them out. If it's a trap, Sarah began. Then we spring it knowingly. On our terms. Harry looked around the chamber. I'm done reacting. Done playing his game. He wants me to charge in blindly. Fine. I'll charge in, but I'll bring an army. Ragnarok had entered at some point during Harry's vision. The director's face was grave. The Malfoy mines are extensive. Heavily warded. Even with our forces, a direct assault would be costly. Then we don't assault directly. Harry's mind was racing. We need a distraction. Something that will draw out Lucius and whatever forces the Hollow King has positioned. While they're occupied, a smaller team infiltrates and extracts the hostages. That's a lot of moving parts, Sirius said slowly. A lot of things that could go wrong. Everything's already going wrong. This is us trying to make it go right. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I need you to lead the distraction force. Take whoever Ragnarok can spare, make a lot of noise at the main entrance to the mines. Keep their attention. And you? I'll lead the infiltration team. Me, Sarah, Silverclaw, and whoever else can move quietly. Absolutely not. Sirius's voice was sharp. You're not going into that death trap without me. I need you somewhere I can trust. The distraction has to be convincing, has to seem like the main attack. That means it needs someone who can actually fight, not just a bunch of goblins making noise. Harry gripped Sirius's arm. I trust you. That's why I need you there. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue. Looked like he wanted to throw Harry over his shoulder and carry him somewhere safe. But something in Harry's expression must have reached him, because after a long moment, he nodded. If you die in there, I'll kill you. Noted. The assault began at midnight. Sirius led 50 goblin warriors to the main entrance of the Malfoy mines, a massive stone portal hidden in the hills behind the family estate. They weren't subtle about it. War horns echoed through the night, and goblin battle magic lit up the sky like lightning. From his position a mile away, Harry watched the response. Figures in dark robes poured from the portal, human wizards, from their movements, augmented by creatures of shadow that slithered between them. The Hollow King's servants, assembled and waiting. He knew we were coming, Sarah murmured beside him. Of course he did. The question is whether he knows about us. Harry signaled, and the infiltration team moved. There were 6 of them, Harry, Sarah, Silverclaw, and 3 of the best goblin infiltrators Ragnarok could spare. They'd spent hours studying old maps of the mine system, identifying a secondary entrance, a ventilation shaft too small for most wizards but manageable for goblins and children. The shaft was exactly where the map said it would be. Silverclaw disabled the wards with practiced ease, and they slipped into the darkness. Inside, the mines were a maze. Tunnels branched in every direction, some natural, others carved by magic. The air was thick with the residue of dark spells, and the deeper they went, the colder it became. Harry let his Griffin senses guide him, tracking the faint pulse of life that he'd felt during the ritual. The hostages were still alive, barely, and their collective presence called to him like a beacon. Down. Always down. Past abandoned workings and collapsed passages. Through chambers that had once held precious metals and now held only shadows. Finally, they reached a door. It was massive, carved from a single piece of obsidian, covered in the same symbols Harry had seen on the box containing Edgar Bones's finger. The cold radiating from it was intense, not physical temperature, but something else. A wrongness that made Harry's Griffin power bristle. "This is it," he whispered. "The hostages are beyond. And the trap." Silverclaw's voice was grim. "Yes. And the trap." Harry looked at his team. "Stay behind me. Whatever's in there, I'll handle it. Your job is getting the hostages out." "Harry," Sarah started. "That's an order." His voice carried authority he didn't quite feel. "I'm serious. Get them out, no matter what happens to me." He didn't wait for a response. He placed his hand on the obsidian door, felt the symbols flare with cold fire, and pushed. The door swung open. The cavern beyond was exactly as Harry had seen in his vision, vast, lightless, dominated by the crystal pillars that held the 14 hostages. Green light pulsed through veins in the crystal, feeding something Harry couldn't see but could definitely feel. And in the center of it all stood Lucius Malfoy. The blonde wizard looked terrible. His usually immaculate hair was lank and greasy. His fine robes were stained and torn. His eyes were wrong. Black, completely black, with no white visible at all. Whatever rode Lucius Malfoy now, it wasn't entirely human. Griffin Prince. The voice that came from Lucius's mouth wasn't his own. It was the grinding stone voice from Harry's vision, the voice of the Hollow King. "You came. I knew you would. Let them go." Such directness. Your ancestor preferred speeches, long declarations about the importance of freedom and the evils of tyranny. Lucius's body moved jerkily, like a marionette with tangled strings. "You simply make demands. I find I prefer your approach. This is your last warning. Release the hostages and surrender whatever fragment of yourself is riding Malfoy. Or I will remove you by force." The Hollow King laughed through Lucius's throat. Such confidence. Such fire. "Let me show you something, little king. Let me show you why your confidence is misplaced." Lucius raised his hand, and the crystals flared brighter. The hostages screamed, the first sound Harry had heard from them, and began to thrash against their chains. "The ritual is almost complete." The Hollow King's voice was satisfied. "Their life force, their magic, their very souls, all being funneled to me, feeding the breaking of my prison. In an hour, perhaps less, the seal will shatter. And I will be free. Then I'll stop the ritual. You can try." Lucius's body shifted into a fighting stance. "But to stop the ritual, you'll need to destroy the crystals. And to destroy the crystals, you'll need to get past me. Past this body that I've spent weeks preparing, enhancing, filling with power until it's barely recognizable as human." The shadows in the cavern began to move. To coalesce. To form shapes that shouldn't have been possible. "Oh, and past my other servants, of course." The Hollow King smiled with Lucius's face. "Did you think you were the only one capable of gathering allies? I've had 1,000 years to cultivate mine. The shadow creatures advanced. Harry felt Sarah and the goblins at his back, heard Silverclaw's quiet curse. Get to the hostages, Harry said. Free them. Destroy the crystals if you can. I'll handle this. There are dozens of those things, I know. Harry stepped forward, letting the Griffin power rise. I've got this. He transformed. Griffin Harry was larger than he'd been before. The months of training, the awakening of his bloodline, the constant pressure of combat, all of it had accelerated his growth. Where once he'd been a cub, barely larger than a horse, now he was something else entirely. A young king in a young king's body, golden feathers blazing with inner light, talons that could shred steel, wings that spanned the width of the cavern. The shadow creatures hesitated. Even bound to the Hollow King's will, some instinct warned them of the threat they faced. Harry didn't give them time to recover. He launched himself into their midst, a whirlwind of feathers and fury. Talons tore through darkness given form. Wings buffeted creatures back into the walls. Griffin fire, brighter than before, hotter than before, erupted from his beak, incinerating everything it touched. Behind him, he could hear his team moving. Silverclaw's sharp commands. Sarah's grunts of effort as she cut through chains with goblin-forged steel. The hostages' confused cries as they were freed from their crystal prisons. But the Hollow King wasn't idle. Lucius's body moved with unnatural speed, intercepting Harry's team, throwing goblins aside with casual swipes of magic that shouldn't have been possible for any human wizard. The power riding him was vast, barely contained, and it was burning through his body even as it used him. You can't save them all, little king. The Hollow King's voice echoed through the cavern. For every one you free, I'll kill 2. For every crystal you destroy, I'll drain 3 more. You are one child against an eternal force. You cannot win. Watch me, Harry thought. He broke from the shadow creatures, leaving them to be handled by what remained of his team, and dove straight at Lucius. The impact should have killed a normal man. Harry hit Lucius with all his weight, talons leading, Griffin fire blazing. But the Hollow King's power caught him, held him in the air, and then threw him across the cavern. Harry crashed into the far wall hard enough to crack stone. His Griffin form absorbed most of the damage, but pain still lanced through him as he fell. Impressive. Lucius's body strode toward him. You've grown stronger since our first encounter. But strength alone isn't enough. Not against me. Harry pushed himself up. Blood matted his golden feathers. One wing hung at an angle that suggested something broken. Think, he told himself. He's powerful, but he's limited. A fragment, working through a human host. There must be a weakness. And then he saw it. Lucius's body was failing. The veins on his neck stood out black against gray skin. His movements, already jerky, were becoming more erratic. The Hollow King's power was too much for any human vessel to contain. He's burning out, Harry realized. The longer this goes, the weaker he gets. Stalling won't help you. The Hollow King had noticed Harry's scrutiny. Yes, this body is temporary. But it will last long enough to complete the ritual. And once I'm free, I won't need vessels anymore. Maybe. Harry's voice came out as a griffin's shriek, but his meaning was clear. Let's find out. He launched himself at Lucius again, but this time, he didn't aim to kill. He aimed to hold. Talons locked around Lucius's arms, pinning them. Wings wrapped around them both, creating a cocoon of feathers and light. What are you doing? The Hollow King's voice held a note of uncertainty. Evening the odds. Harry reached into himself, found the core of Griffin fire, and let it burn. Not outward this time. Inward. Into the darkness that inhabited Lucius. Into the fragment of the Hollow King that made this body its home. The fire met resistance, walls of ancient power, defenses built over millennia. But Harry pushed harder, pouring everything he had into the attack. You want to talk about will? About conviction? He thought of the Dursleys and how they tried to break him. Of Sirius and all those years in Azkaban. Of the 14 hostages and everyone else who would suffer if the Hollow King went free. This is my will. This is my conviction. And I will not let you win. Something cracked. The Hollow King screamed, an inhuman sound that had nothing to do with Lucius's throat, and the darkness began to bleed out of the possessed wizard. Harry held on, kept burning, felt the fragment begin to dissolve under the onslaught of Griffin fire. This isn't over. The Hollow King's voice was fading, but its rage was still palpable. You've won nothing. The seal still breaks. I will still be free. Maybe, Harry said. But not today. The last of the darkness evaporated. Lucius Malfoy collapsed in Harry's grip, unconscious but alive. The crystals flickered and died, their power source severed. The shadow creatures dissolved into wisps of cold mist. Silence fell. Harry. Sarah's voice cut through the fog of exhaustion. Harry transformed back, barely managing to keep his feet, and found her running toward him. The hostages, all free. All alive. She grabbed his arm, steadying him. You did it. The ritual stopped. The crystals are dead. Whatever power they were feeding, it's cut off now. Harry looked around the cavern. Goblins were helping the hostages, dazed, weak, but breathing, toward the exit. Silverclaw stood over Lucius's body, wand drawn, expression hard. What do we do with him? The goblin asked. Take him to Gringotts. He'll need care, the Hollow King's possession did damage, and once he's recovered, he'll need to answer questions. Harry's voice was heavy. I don't know how much of what he did was his choice and how much was the Hollow King's influence. We'll need to find out. And the Hollow King itself? Harry thought about the fading screams, the desperate threats, the promises of inevitable return. Still sealed. For now. He closed his eyes. The fragment I destroyed was small. A splinter of the whole. Killing it bought us time, but that's all. How much time? I don't know. Weeks? Months? Harry shook his head. He's right about one thing, the seal is breaking. Every day it gets weaker. Eventually, he'll be free whether we stop his schemes or not. Sarah's grip on his arm tightened. Then we'd better use the time we have. Harry looked at her, at this fierce, broken girl who had somehow become one of the most important people in his life, and felt something that might have been hope. Yeah, he said. We'd better. The return to Gringotts was triumphant, in its way. 14 hostages returned to their families. The Hollow King's scheme disrupted. The Griffin throne's power demonstrated in a way that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough. He stood in his chambers, looking out the magical window at London's lights, and replayed the Hollow King's words in his mind. You can't win, little king. You can't save them all. I am inevitable. He's wrong. Harry turned. Sirius stood in the doorway, battered from the distraction battle but alive and whole. How do you know what I'm thinking about? Because I've been watching you for months. Sirius walked into the room, took a seat on the edge of Harry's bed. You've got that look. The one that says you're taking the weight of the world on your shoulders and wondering if you're strong enough to carry it. Am I? Wrong question. Sirius leaned forward. The question isn't whether you're strong enough alone. The question is whether you're wise enough to accept help. Harry thought about the battle in the mines. The way his team had worked together. The way Sirius's distraction had made the infiltration possible. The way Sarah and Silverclaw had freed the hostages while he fought. I didn't do it alone, he admitted. I couldn't have. No. And that's okay. Sirius's hand found Harry's shoulder, squeezed gently. Your ancestor faced the Hollow King alone because he thought he had to. Because he believed the Griffin throne was his burden and no one else's. And it killed him. You think I should do differently? I think you already are. Sirius smiled. You've built something, Harry. In less than a year, you've turned a forgotten legend into a political force. You've got goblins following you, wizards respecting you, even people like me willing to die for you. That's not the work of someone carrying the weight alone. Harry let the words sink in. It still might not be enough. The Hollow King is ancient. Powerful. And he's been preparing for this moment for 1,000 years. So prepare better. Sirius's voice was firm. You've got time now, time you bought with blood and courage. Use it. Train harder. Forge more alliances. Find weapons and knowledge that can make a difference. And if I still fail? Then you fail having done everything you could, surrounded by people who believe in you. Sirius's grip tightened. That's not defeat, Harry. That's just not winning yet. Harry looked at his godfather, at this man who had lost everything and somehow found the strength to keep fighting, and felt the weight on his shoulders shift. Not disappear. Just distribute. Not winning yet, he repeated. I like that. Good. Sirius stood. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow, we start planning for whatever comes next. Sirius? Yeah. Thank you. For being here. Sirius's smile softened. Nowhere else I'd rather be, pup. Nowhere in the world. In the deep vaults of Gringotts, in the prison that had held for 1,000 years, something ancient stirred. The fragment was gone, destroyed, dissolved in Griffin fire. A loss. An irritation. But not a setback. The child grows stronger, the Hollow King thought. He rallies allies. He wins battles. But he hasn't won the war. The seal was still breaking. Slowly now, more slowly than before, but breaking nonetheless. Every day, a little weaker. Every moment, a little closer to freedom. Patience, the Hollow King reminded itself. I have waited 1,000 years. I can wait a little longer. And when I finally emerge. The darkness smiled. We'll see whose fire burns brighter. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Fire and Faith. The dream came without warning. Harry stood in a field of ashes, gray flakes drifting down like snow from a sky the color of bruised flesh. The landscape stretched endlessly in every direction, no landmarks, no horizon, just the soft gray carpet of destruction and the terrible emptiness above. He wasn't alone. A figure stood before him, wreathed in shadows that moved against a wind Harry couldn't feel. Tall, impossibly tall, with a crown of absolute darkness resting on a head that seemed to shift between forms, sometimes human, sometimes something else, always wrong. Griffin Prince. The Hollow King's voice was different here, in this space between sleep and waking. Fuller. More present. Almost real. We meet again. Get out of my head. But I'm not in your head, little king. You're in mine. The figure gestured at the ashen landscape. This is what remains of the world I once tried to save. The civilization that rejected my guidance. They thought freedom was more important than survival. They were wrong. Harry looked around with new eyes. The ashes weren't just debris, they were memories. He could feel them, each flake carrying the weight of a life, a story, a hope that had burned to nothing. You destroyed them. I failed them. The Hollow King's voice carried something that might have been regret. I offered them peace. Order. A world without war, without conflict, without the endless suffering that comes from beings too foolish to govern themselves. They refused. And when they refused, they burned, not by my hand, but by their own. Because that's what freedom gives you, little king. The freedom to destroy yourselves. That's not how it works. The shadow figure moved closer. Tell me, then. Tell me about your world. Your ministry, with its corruption and prejudice and endless petty cruelties. Your magical peoples, fractured and suspicious, barely able to share the same planet without killing each other. Your history, soaked in blood and hatred, the same mistakes repeated over and over because no one has the authority to stop them. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to find the words that would prove the Hollow King wrong. But the ashes kept falling, and each one carried a whisper of truth. The Griffin throne was supposed to be different, the Hollow King continued. Your ancestors understood what I understood, that someone must stand above, must have the power to enforce peace. But they were weak. They cared too much about being loved, about appearing just, about preserving the illusion of choice. And so they failed too, just as everyone fails who cannot accept the cost of true order. My ancestor sealed you away. At the cost of his life. His power. His bloodline's legacy. The darkness pulsed. And what did his sacrifice achieve? 1,000 years of fragmentation. A magical world in ruins. A Griffin throne so diminished that its heir spent his childhood in a cupboard, beaten and starved by the very people who should have protected him. The words hit like physical blows. Harry felt himself flinch, felt the old wounds tear open. You think you're different, the Hollow King said softly. You think your way will work where others failed. You'll build alliances. Inspire loyalty. Create a better world through cooperation and trust. A pause. You're wrong. Not because you're weak, you're not, but because the world is broken. It was broken before I tried to save it, and it's been breaking ever since. The only question is whether you'll accept that truth before it's too late, or whether you'll die denying it, like all the others. Harry looked at the field of ashes. At the figure of absolute darkness. At the crown that seemed to drink in what little light remained. Maybe you're right, he said slowly. Maybe the world is broken. Maybe it always has been. The Hollow King's attention sharpened. But that doesn't mean your way is better. Harry met those eyes of endless void. Order through control isn't peace, it's a prison. Stability through force isn't strength, it's fear. You want to save the world. You want to stop the suffering. Then help people become better, don't just force them to behave. And if they refuse? If they choose to burn anyway? Then that's their choice. Harry's voice was steady. Freedom means the freedom to fail. The freedom to make mistakes. The freedom to be wrong and learn and try again. Take that away, and you're not saving anything, you're just building a prettier cage. Silence fell over the ashen field. You truly believe that, the Hollow King said finally. Despite everything you've seen. Everything you've suffered. You still believe in choice. I have to. It's the only thing that makes any of this worth fighting for. The darkness regarded him for a long moment. Then, impossibly, it laughed. Oh, you magnificent child. You're going to fail spectacularly. The figure began to fade, the dream dissolving around them. But I admit, I'm looking forward to watching you try. We'll meet again soon, Griffin Prince. In the waking world this time. And then we'll see whose faith is stronger. Harry woke gasping, the taste of ashes still on his tongue. You look terrible. Harry glanced up from his breakfast, or rather, the breakfast he'd been pushing around his plate for the last 20 minutes. Sarah stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression caught between concern and irritation. Bad dreams. The Hollow King. He's getting into my head. Literally, this time. Harry set down his fork. He showed me things. A world he destroyed, or maybe a world that destroyed itself. I couldn't tell the difference. Sarah crossed the room and dropped into the chair across from him. What did he want? To convince me he's right. That order through control is the only way to save the world. Harry laughed bitterly. The worst part is, he's not entirely wrong. The magical world is a mess. People do make terrible choices. Sometimes I wonder if, stop. Sarah's voice was sharp. I know that look. That's the look you get when you're about to spiral into self-doubt and philosophical crisis, and we don't have time for it. We don't. Ragnarok called an emergency council meeting. Something's happening in the deep vaults. Something bad. She stood. Get dressed. And eat something, I don't care if you're not hungry. You're no use to anyone passed out from malnutrition. Harry wanted to argue, but Sarah was already walking away. He looked at his abandoned breakfast, sighed, and forced himself to eat. The council chamber was in chaos when Harry arrived. Goblin warriors rushed in and out, carrying reports and weapons. The counselors were on their feet, arguing in rapid gobbledygook. And at the center of it all stood Ragnarok, his ancient face set in lines of grim determination. Griffin Prince. The director's voice cut through the noise. Good. You're here. What's happening? The seal is failing. Ragnarok led Harry to the central table, where a map of Gringotts' deep vaults was spread out. Faster than we anticipated. The fragment you destroyed in the Malfoy mines was apparently more significant than we realized. When it died, the backlash destabilized the remaining bonds. Harry felt cold settle in his stomach. How long? Hours. Perhaps less. Ragnarok's milky eyes met his. The Hollow King will be free before sunset. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. We're not ready, Harry heard himself say. We needed more time. More training. More, we have what we have. Ragnarok's voice was calm. The question now is what we do with it. Harry looked around the chamber. At the goblin warriors, checking their weapons with the practiced ease of soldiers preparing for battle. At Silverclaw, already organizing evacuation protocols. At Sarah, who had slipped in behind him and now stood with her hand on the knife at her belt. At Sirius, who pushed through the crowd to reach his godson's side. Tell me what you need, Sirius said. Whatever it is, I'm here. Harry closed his eyes. Took a breath. Let the Griffin power rise inside him, not to transform, but to center himself. To find the calm at the eye of the storm. When he opened his eyes, the fear was still there, but it wasn't in control anymore. All right, he said. Here's what we're going to do. The plan came together in pieces, each one desperate, none of them guaranteed to work. Evacuation first. Every non-combatant in Gringotts, every civilian in the surrounding area, moved to safe locations behind the strongest wards they could manage. The Hollow King wouldn't just target Harry, he'd target everyone who stood with the Griffin throne. Best to give him fewer targets. Then, the allies. Messages went out by every method available, owl, flu, even muggle telephone for those few wizards who understood such things. The response was overwhelming. Within hours, witches and wizards began arriving at Gringotts from across Britain. Some were expected, members of the old families who had pledged to the Griffin throne, Aurors who had grown disillusioned with the ministry's failures. Others were surprises. Dumbledore. Harry stood in the entrance hall, watching the old wizard approach. I didn't expect, to see me. Dumbledore's eyes held none of their usual twinkle. He looked old, tired, and absolutely determined. I've made many mistakes in my life, Mr. Potter. Most of them stemmed from the belief that I knew best, that my judgment was superior to others, that I should make decisions alone. He reached Harry and stopped. The Hollow King believes the same thing. The difference is, I've learned from my errors. I don't believe he ever will. You're here to fight. I'm here to stand with you. Whatever that requires. Dumbledore's hand rested on his wand, not drawn, but ready. The Griffin throne represents something important. Something the magical world needs, even if it doesn't know it yet. I may have my reservations about some of your methods, but I have none about your cause. Harry studied the old wizard, the man who had left him with the Dursleys, who had made so many choices that led to so much suffering, who was standing here now offering to die at Harry's side. Thank you, Harry said finally. I won't pretend to forgive everything. But I appreciate this. Forgiveness can come later. Or not at all. Right now, we have more pressing concerns. Dumbledore looked toward the deep vaults, and something ancient stirred in his eyes. I faced Grindelwald alone because I believed I had to. I've spent decades wondering if I was right. Today, I don't have to wonder. Today, we face the darkness together. More allies arrived as the hours passed. Remus Lupin, looking sicker than usual, the full moon was approaching, but refusing to stay behind. James and Lily died fighting this evil, even if they didn't know it at the time. I won't dishonor their memory by hiding. Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of one of the oldest families in Britain, leading a contingent of her household guard. My son and his wife lie in St. Mungo's because of servants of the darkness. If there's a chance to strike at the source, I'll take it. And others. So many others. Wizards Harry had never met, goblins from distant clans, even a small delegation of centaurs who emerged from who knew where and announced that the stars had shown them where they needed to be. You've built something remarkable, Ragnarok said quietly, standing beside Harry as they watched the forces gather. In less than a year, you've united more magical peoples than the Ministry has managed in centuries. It might not be enough. It might not. But it's more than anyone else has achieved. The ancient goblin's hand touched Harry's arm. Whatever happens today, Griffin Prince, know this, you've already proven what the Griffin throne can be. The question now is whether you'll survive to build on that foundation. The tremor came at sunset. Harry felt it before he heard it, a ripple in the magical fabric of reality, a wrongness that made his Griffin blood sing with alarm. The wards around the deep vaults flared once, twice, and then shattered like glass. He's through, Silverclaw reported, his voice tight. The seal is broken. Harry stood in the staging area, surrounded by his allies. Hundreds of them, wizards, goblins, centaurs, even a few creatures he couldn't identify. All of them here because they believed in what the Griffin throne represented. All of them ready to die for it. Don't let their faith be wasted, Harry told himself. Whatever happens, make it count. You know the plan, he said, his voice carrying through the chamber. Teams Alpha and Beta hold the perimeter. Keep his servants occupied, prevent them from spreading into the wider world. Team Gamma protects the evacuation routes. Team Delta, he looked at Sirius, Sarah, Dumbledore, and the handful of others who had volunteered for the most dangerous assignment, you're with me. We face him directly. And if we fail, someone asked from the crowd. Then you run. You survive. You keep fighting. Harry met as many eyes as he could. The Griffin throne isn't just me. It's an idea, the idea that magical peoples can stand together, can protect each other, can build something better than fear and division. If I die today, that idea doesn't die with me. You carry it forward. You make it real. That's all any of us can do. Silence fell. Then, from somewhere in the back, a goblin began to stamp his feet. Others joined in, first goblins, then wizards, the sound building until the whole chamber shook with it. They weren't cheering. They weren't chanting. They were just, affirming. Declaring, without words, that they were here and they were ready and they would not break. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Not confidence, he was still terrified. But something like hope. Like faith. Maybe this is what it means to be a king, he thought. Not having all the power. Just having people who believe in you enough to stand beside you when the power isn't enough. Move out, he said. They moved. The deep vaults were transformed. What had once been stone corridors and ancient chambers was now something else entirely. Darkness had seeped into the walls, turning them soft and pulsing. The air was thick with the smell of old death and older power. And everywhere, were the creatures. Shadow spawn, the goblins called them. Things born from the Hollow King's essence, given form by his awakening. They poured through the corridors in endless waves, mindless and hungry, attacking anything that moved. Team Delta pushed through them like a blade through water. Dumbledore's magic was terrifying to behold, ancient spells that Harry had only read about, unleashing forces that made the shadow spawn dissolve on contact. Sirius fought with the desperate fury of a man protecting everything he loved. Sarah moved like a ghost, her goblin-forged blades finding gaps in defenses that shouldn't have had gaps. And Harry was the Griffin. He'd transformed the moment they entered the vaults, letting his instincts guide him. In this form, the darkness couldn't touch him. His golden light burned through shadow spawn by the dozen. His talons shredded anything that got too close. His wings created winds that pushed back the tide of enemies. But it wasn't enough. There are too many of them. Sirius shouted, blasting a shadow spawn that had gotten past his guard. We need to move faster. The core chamber is just ahead, Ragnarok replied. He'd insisted on coming with Team Delta despite his age, claiming that someone needed to bear witness. If we can reach it before he fully manifests, the corridor ahead exploded. Not with fire or force, with presence. The darkness ahead condensed, thickened, became something solid and terrible. And then the Hollow King stepped through. He was beautiful. That was the worst part. Harry had expected a monster, something twisted and wrong, obviously evil. Instead, the being before him looked like a king. Tall and perfectly proportioned, with features that seemed sculpted from living shadow. A crown of absolute darkness rested on his brow, radiating cold authority. Only his eyes betrayed what he truly was. Empty. Endless. Containing depths that no mortal was meant to see. Griffin Prince. The Hollow King's voice was different now, fuller, more real, carrying harmonics that made Harry's bones vibrate. At last. I've been looking forward to this. Harry shifted back to human form. He needed his voice for this. It's over, he said, and was proud that his voice didn't shake. You're free, but you're surrounded. My allies are already containing your servants. Whatever you plan to do, it ends here. The Hollow King smiled. It was not a comforting expression. You think I didn't account for your allies? For your preparations? For everything you've done to prepare for this moment? He spread his arms. I've been watching you for months, little king. Studying you. Learning your patterns. You've become quite predictable. Then you know I won't stop fighting. Oh, I'm counting on it. The Hollow King took a step forward. You see, I've realized something. When I was sealed away, it took the last Griffin King's life to power the bonds. His sacrifice. His willingness to give everything. That's what made the seal strong enough to hold me. Harry felt cold certainty settle in his stomach. You want me to sacrifice myself? I want you to try. Another step. Because here's the delightful irony, if you don't sacrifice yourself, I'll slaughter everyone you care about and then remake the world in my image. But if you do sacrifice yourself, you'll fail, because you're not strong enough. Not yet. You don't have the power your ancestor had. He's lying, Sarah hissed. He has to be, am I? The Hollow King's eyes found hers. Ask yourself, child, would a being who has lived for millennia, who has studied magic since before your species existed, who has had 1,000 years to plan this moment, would such a being risk freedom on a lie that could be easily discovered? Silence. The seal was always going to break, the Hollow King continued. The only question was whether I would be free to act immediately, or whether I would need to wait while a new Griffin King grew strong enough to threaten me. Your ancestor chose to seal rather than destroy because destruction wasn't possible, not then. His power was insufficient. Yours is even more insufficient. Then why talk? Harry forced the words out. Why not just kill us and be done with it? Because I want you to understand. The Hollow King's voice softened. I'm not a monster, Griffin Prince. I don't enjoy suffering for its own sake. The world I'll create will be better, more orderly, more peaceful, more stable. The cost is control. The cost is freedom. But in exchange, there will be no more war. No more hatred. No more children locked in cupboards by people who should protect them. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Oh yes, I know about your childhood. The Hollow King smiled sadly. I know about the Dursleys and their cruelty. I know about every moment of fear and pain and loneliness. And I know that if I had been free, if the world had been under my protection, none of it would have happened. Because I would have seen. I would have known. And I would have stopped it. Harry's hands were shaking. The Griffin power churned inside him, responding to his emotional turmoil. That's not. He had to stop. Breathe. Start again. That's not worth it. One child's suffering, even my suffering, doesn't justify enslaving the entire world. No. Then what about 1,000 children? 1,000,000? What about all the suffering that happens every day because people are free to be cruel? The Hollow King's voice rose. I've watched your world for centuries. I've seen the wars, the genocides, the endless petty cruelties that people inflict on each other simply because they can. And you tell me that freedom is worth more than stopping all of that? Yes. The word came out stronger than Harry expected. Because the alternative isn't stopping cruelty. It's just, concentrating it. Putting it all in one pair of hands instead of spreading it around. My hands would be kinder. Maybe. Or maybe you'd become the worst tyrant the world has ever seen. Power corrupts, isn't that what happened to you? You started out wanting to help, and now you're willing to murder everyone who disagrees with you. The Hollow King's expression flickered. For just a moment, Harry thought he saw something behind the mask, something that might have been doubt, or regret, or pain. Then it was gone, replaced by cold determination. Enough philosophy. You've made your choice. The darkness around the Hollow King began to writhe. Let me show you what that choice costs. He attacked. The battle was unlike anything Harry had experienced. The Hollow King's power was vast, truly, incomprehensibly vast. Spells that should have been impossible flowed from him like water. Darkness that could corrode stone, cold that could freeze fire, force that could shatter diamond. Dumbledore met him spell for spell, but even the greatest wizard of the age was clearly outmatched. He's holding back, Dumbledore gasped between exchanges. Toying with us. Then let's make him stop. Harry transformed and threw himself into the fight. Griffin fire met shadow darkness in explosions of conflicting power. Harry tore at the Hollow King with talons that could shred steel, but the ancient being simply reformed around every wound. He was everywhere and nowhere, solid one moment and missed the next, impossible to pin down or hurt permanently. Magnificent. The Hollow King's laughter echoed through the vault. This is what I wanted to see. The fire of the Griffin Lords, burning bright against the eternal night. Your ancestor fought just like this, you know. The same fury, the same determination, the same beautiful futility. Sirius went down, a blast of darkness catching him in the chest, throwing him against a wall. Harry screamed and redoubled his assault, but the Hollow King simply absorbed his attacks. Your allies are falling, little king. One by one, they'll break. And then it will be just you and me, as it was always meant to be. The Hollow King's form shifted, became more solid, more present. Last chance. Surrender, and I'll spare them. Die fighting, and they die with you. Harry landed, transformed back to human. His body was battered, exhausted, pushed past every limit. But his mind was clear. He's still playing with us, he realized. Still holding back. Why? And then he understood. You're scared. The Hollow King's expression flickered again. What? You're scared of me. Not now, now I'm not a threat. But you're scared of what I might become. Harry took a step forward. That's why you wanted me to sacrifice myself. Not because it would fail, but because you weren't sure it would fail. You've been pushing me to fight, to burn myself out, because as long as I'm reacting to you, I'm not thinking. I'm not growing. An interesting theory. It's not a theory. It's the truth. Another step. You said my ancestors' sacrifice powered the seal. But that's not quite right, is it? The seal was powered by his choice. His willingness to give everything for something he believed in. That's what you can't understand, can't accept. That power can come from something other than control. The darkness around the Hollow King writhed. You're grasping at straws, child. Maybe. Or maybe I'm finally seeing clearly. Harry reached inside himself, found the core of Griffin fire, and instead of letting it burn outward, he turned it inward. You've been so focused on making me fight that you forgot to make me think. And now I've figured it out. Figured what out? How to beat you. Harry closed his eyes. This is insane, part of him whispered. You don't even know if it will work. I know, he answered himself. But it's all I've got. He reached out through the Griffin bond, not to his ancestors, not to his power, but to the people around him. Sirius, struggling to rise. Sarah, her blade still in her hands. Dumbledore, bloodied but unbowed. Ragnarok, watching with ancient eyes. And beyond them, all the allies fighting throughout Gringotts, all the people who had chosen to stand with the Griffin throne. The seal wasn't powered by sacrifice, Harry said aloud. It was powered by connection. By all the people who believed in what the Griffin King represented. By their faith. Their trust. Their willingness to be part of something greater than themselves. What are you doing? The Hollow King's voice held a note of uncertainty. What I should have done from the beginning. Harry opened his eyes, and they blazed with golden light. I'm asking for help. The power came from everywhere at once. Not magic, not exactly. Something deeper. The accumulated faith of hundreds of beings, goblins, wizards, centaurs, others, all flowing toward Harry through bonds he hadn't even known existed. It was overwhelming. It was agonizing. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever felt. Will you trust me? He sent the question out along those bonds. Not because I command it. Because we face this together. The answer came back like a tidal wave. Yes. The Griffin fire blazed brighter. Harry's body lifted off the ground, golden wings of pure energy spreading behind him. The darkness in the vault recoiled, burned away by light that had no single source. This is impossible. The Hollow King's voice had lost its composure. You can't, this isn't how. You were right about one thing, Harry said. His voice wasn't his own anymore, it was a chorus, every voice of every being who had placed their faith in the Griffin throne. I'm not strong enough to beat you alone. But I'm not alone. I never have been. He reached out with the combined power, and touched the Hollow King's essence. There you are, he thought/felt/knew. Under all the darkness and power and certainty. There's still something left of who you were. The Hollow King screamed. Stop. What are you doing? I'm doing what my ancestor couldn't. I'm not sealing you away, I'm reaching you. The part of you that actually wanted to help. That actually cared about the world. There is nothing left. I burned it away millennia ago. No. You buried it. But it's still there. I can feel it. Harry poured everything into the connection. Every drop of faith, every ounce of borrowed power, every bit of himself that he could give without dying. The golden light intensified until it was blinding, until the whole vault was nothing but brilliance and shadow locked in final conflict. You wanted order, Harry said. You wanted peace. You wanted to save the world. Those desires aren't evil, they're just incomplete. Order without freedom is a prison. Peace without justice is slavery. You forgot that. Let me remind you. He showed the Hollow King what he'd seen. Not the darkness, the light. Sirius, finding hope in Azkaban. Sarah, choosing to trust after a lifetime of betrayal. Goblins and wizards fighting side by side. Dumbledore admitting his mistakes and trying to do better. A world full of imperfect people making imperfect choices, and somehow, still finding reasons to hope. This is what you were trying to protect, Harry said. Not a perfect world. A living one. Messy and painful and beautiful and real. Worth saving. Worth trusting. Worth giving freedom to, even when they make terrible mistakes. The Hollow King's resistance crumbled. For one moment, one eternal, impossible moment, Harry felt the ancient being's true self. Not a monster. Not a tyrant. Just someone who had been hurt so badly, so many times, that he'd decided the only way to stop the pain was to control everything. I understand, Harry said. I've felt that too. The desire to make sure nothing can ever hurt you again. But it doesn't work. It just makes you the one doing the hurting. The darkness began to fade. The Hollow King's form flickered, becoming less solid, less present. You. The voice was different now. Quieter. Almost human. You saw. I saw you. The real you. Buried under 1,000 years of darkness. Is it too late? Harry hesitated. The honest answer was that he didn't know. The Hollow King had done terrible things, had planned to do worse. Justice demanded consequences. But justice wasn't the only thing that mattered. I don't know, he admitted. But I think it's worth finding out. If you're willing to try. A long pause. Then the darkness collapsed. It didn't disappear, it transformed. The vast, terrible presence compressed itself, became smaller, more contained. The crown of absolute darkness dissolved. The empty eyes filled with something that might have been tears. Standing before Harry was no longer a monster. Just a man. Pale and exhausted, dressed in robes that looked like shadows made solid, bearing the weight of millennia on his shoulders. He looked at his hands. I haven't felt like this since. Since before you became the Hollow King? Yes. The man, the person, looked up at Harry. What happens now? Harry let the borrowed power fade, felt it flow back to all the beings who had lent it to him. His feet touched the ground. His body screamed with exhaustion. But his heart felt lighter than it had in months. Now, he said, we figure out what comes next. Together. The aftermath was chaos. Not the bad kind, the necessary kind. The shadow spawn had dissolved when the Hollow King's control broke. The darkness in the vaults was fading, replaced by ordinary stone and ordinary shadows. Injured fighters were being carried to healers. Dead were being counted and mourned. And everyone, was staring at the man who had been the Hollow King. We can't just let him go. Silverclaw's voice was hard. He's murdered thousands. Tortured more. The things he's done, need to be answered for. Harry's voice was firm. I'm not saying he gets off free. But prison isn't the answer. Prison is how we created this mess in the first place. Then what do you suggest? Harry looked at the man standing quietly at his side. The former Hollow King hadn't spoken since his transformation, or collapse, or whatever it had been. He just stood there, looking at the world with eyes that seemed to be seeing it for the first time. "What's your name?" Harry asked him. "Your real name." "From before." A long pause. "Aldrich." Harry blinked. "That was my ancestor's name." "The one who sealed you?" "Yes." Something that might have been a smile crossed Aldrich's face. "We were brothers." "Did your histories mention that?" "Brothers?" Ragnar's voice was sharp. "The histories say the Hollow King was a Griffin lord who turned against his family. Half-brother. Same mother, different fathers. We grew up together. Trained together. Dreamed of saving the world together." Aldrich's voice was quiet. "And then I decided that the world needed saving from itself, and he decided that made me a monster. We were both right. We were both wrong." Harry's mind raced. The Hollow King, Aldrich, had been his ancestor's brother. Which meant, you're a Potter. I was. Before I became, what I became. Aldrich looked at Harry, and his eyes held a depth of sadness that was almost unbearable. "You're the first of our line to reach me since. The first to even try. What about the others? The Griffin kings who came after your brother?" "They were too afraid. Too certain of their own righteousness. They saw me as a monster to be contained, not a brother to be saved." Aldrich's voice broke. "I was so lonely. For so long. And the loneliness fed the darkness, and the darkness fed the loneliness, and eventually I forgot what it felt like to be anything else." Silence fell over the vault. "I have a proposal," Harry said finally. "I don't know if it's just or wise or even possible. But I think it's right." Everyone looked at him. "Aldrich stays with me. Under guard, under watch, under whatever supervision we need to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone. But he stays, and he works, and he helps rebuild the Griffin throne that we both descended from." Harry met his uncle's eyes, because that's what Aldrich was, he realized, however many generations removed. "You said you wanted to save the world. Okay. Help me save it. Not through control, not through force. Through service." "You're mad," Silverclaw said flatly. "Probably. But I'm also the Griffin Prince, and this is my call." Harry looked around at his allies, battered, exhausted, but still standing. "Anyone who disagrees can say so now. I'll listen. But in the end, this is my decision." No one spoke. Then that settled. Harry turned back to Aldrich. "Welcome to the Griffin throne. Uncle." Aldrich stared at him. And then, slowly, he began to laugh, not the terrible laughter of the Hollow King, but something human and broken and real. "You're exactly like him," Aldrich said through his laughter. "My brother. Always so certain that people could be saved. That hope was worth more than certainty." He wiped his eyes. "He died believing that. I killed him believing I knew better. And now here you are, proving him right after all these centuries. Is that a yes?" "It's a beginning." Aldrich straightened. "I have much to answer for. Much to learn. And I suspect the rest of the world won't be as forgiving as you." "Probably not. But we'll deal with that when it comes." Harry extended his hand. "For now, partners." Aldrich looked at the offered hand. At the boy who had done the impossible. At the Griffin light that still flickered in those green eyes. He took it. Partners. High above Gringotts, dawn was breaking. Harry stood on the roof of the bank, a privilege usually reserved for the director himself, and watched the sun paint London in shades of gold and rose. Behind him, the sounds of recovery continued, healers treating the wounded, workers clearing the damage, politicians beginning the inevitable arguments about what had happened and what it meant. None of that mattered right now. "You did it." Sarah's voice came from behind him. "You actually did it. We did it. Harry turned to find her approaching, her armor singed and her face bruised, but her eyes bright with something he'd never seen in her before. Pride, maybe. Or hope. I couldn't have done any of it without everyone who fought beside me. You could have died. Probably should have. He smiled wearily. But I had a lot of people believing in me. Turns out that's better than armor. Sarah reached him and, to his surprise, pulled him into a hug. She'd never done that before, had barely tolerated physical contact of any kind. Don't ever do that again, she said into his shoulder. The whole, ascending on wings of pure faith, thing. I thought my heart was going to stop. I'll try to keep the dramatic sacrifices to a minimum. See that you do. She pulled back, but didn't let go entirely. So. What happens now? Harry looked out at the city. At the world he'd fought to protect. Now we build. The Griffin throne is real again, actually real, not just a legend or a political tool. We've got allies from every magical species. We've got, he still couldn't quite believe it, a reformed Dark Lord willing to help. He shook his head. The hard work is just beginning. And you're looking forward to it. Terrified of it, he admitted. But also, yes. Looking forward to it. He glanced at her. Will you stay? Help me figure out what comes next. Sarah was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Someone has to keep you from doing anything too stupid. Might as well be me. Harry laughed, really laughed, for the first time in what felt like forever. Then let's get to work.